nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now.
don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same, or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger.
الفي ممكن يفعلها اللاعب الاخير امام اللاعبين كثار يعملها مؤمن ولا ما يعملهاش هي يمين ولا ما تكونش في الحضان يعطيها تكون هي للاحلام.
Hello and welcome everyone. Today is our first day right here on our second week of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa 2022 fall season. Of course, we are back with all the action the Africa region has to offer. Now, yesterday we had a glorious back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner coming from Team Myth, but we also had two teams picking up their very first winner-winner chicken dinner in this week. And of course, I'm referring to none other than Slime4KT and the players from Zero Tolerance Skills. Now, today being the final day of the week, we are going to be looking to see which teams will be able to climb those ranks and secure themselves a slot in the top 12 and, of course, grace us with their presence over on towards Livik. My name is DK and I'm joined by the one and only Esports. The big day is finally here. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I was almost not ready for that throw over, but yes, no, doing fantastic. Great to see the teams, of course, stepping it up. And today, as we know, it is going to be the last time for a while that we actually get to say hello to one another and get to see what these teams have in store for us. So, DK, how are you doing?
I'm pretty good, right? I gotta say, I'm liking the leaves today, right? You're getting ready for a little bit of that, a little bit of that Sanhok action. But of course, I love to take this opportunity to remind our viewers of our socials. So be sure to head on over, give them a follow, and while you're there, let us know what you're most looking for in today's games, right? Who do you think are going to be our top 12 teams to make it through on towards that final Livik match of the day? Now, be sure to include the lovely hashtag down below, PMPL Africa, and you can reach us on YouTube, Facebook, as well as on TikTok. So be sure to let us know what your thoughts and predictions are. What I can tell you, though, is, I'm not going to be making any predictions, right? Because I'm just going to be keeping my mouth shut with regards to those predictions. You know, we've had that one glorious moment of an absolute pinpoint precision prediction. I said it was intentional, you said it was unintentional, but you know what is intentional, right? Moving over into the format to remind the viewers of where we've been, what we're doing, and what the changes are coming into this season. Of course, as we know by now, we've done away with the super weekends entirely. It's been 5 days of action over the first week, and of course, in this second week as well. And today we are going to be closing it up with a little bit of that Livik action as well. And that also then means that we are going to be seeing who will be those teams to walk away with the most bonus points, right? The placement in this week will relate to the amount of bonus points the teams will get. The team sitting up in pole position will be walking away with 20 bonus points, and the team sitting in 20th position will be walking away with 1 bonus point. And of course, everything in between filled up accordingly. And those bonus points are the amount of points the teams are going to be starting the finals with. So quite a bit to play for here. Not only are the teams trying to get themselves into those more favorable positions, but as we know, right, we want to get into the finals with that extra little bit of a head start.
Absolutely, just finding yourself a good foundation, moving on even further. But as we know, the teams really need to push it as we move on through to, of course, the last day of week 2, meaning we will be having that break, that 8-day break of no PUBG Mobile for us. And of course, for the teams, it is an opportunity for them to get a little bit of rest, you know, just make sure that the muscles are all ready for that week 3 and maybe do a couple of VOD reviews. Maybe we might see a very different side of the teams when we do come back for week 3.
I can tell you, right, in our off week, I'm definitely going to be sitting watching a lot of PUBG because otherwise I'm going to get withdrawal syndromes. You know, it's just going to...
VOD review time for you.
Yes. But, you know, just going to be watching the stuff and casting over them, you know, pretending like I am, you know, back on the job, continuing with all the action. And I think it's going to be quite an exciting turnaround to see how the teams are going to be coming back a little bit more refreshed. And, you know, that's going to provide them with even more of an opportunity to apply even more of the strategies and just come through with a more tactful approach, right? Because we know at the end of the day, they are playing for their share of that $150,000 prize pool. Of course, each team within the league stage that we are in right now will be walking away with $2,500, regardless of where they finish. And our top 16 teams in the finals will then get awarded an additional bit of bank on top of that, right? The team that walks away the victors are going to be having a lovely $10,000 added on top.
Yeah, and of course there is obviously the MVPs, the winner chicken dinners that have been spread out. As we know, that hasn't changed all too much, so at least we do understand that side of things. And of course, it is at least a bigger bonus from what we saw in the previous season of PMPL Africa Spring. So already stepping it up, and of course the teams in due course have also been bringing such a phenomenal performance, and they've really been showcasing why they are deserving of this fantastic prize pool. But as we know, so far, the teams have really been looking so good moving into this week. It's been looking a lot healthier in terms of that competitive nature that we've been seeing. Yes, we did have 1 or 2 teams just decide to be very greedy and take all the points. But the teams have been close to catching up.
Yeah, and I mean, the only way that the teams are going to be ensuring that they get greedy enough, right, is through utilizing this point structure. And today we're going to be utilizing this entire page, right? We are going to be playing across our large maps where the winner chicken dinner is worth 15 points. But we're also going to be moving over into Livik for match number 6. And that winner chicken dinner is worth an additional 10 points. But, you know, talking about the greediness, right? The teams that have been super greedy, they've been greedy with eliminations, as they've really been lighting up the stage, just stepping up and running away with those points. I mean, the craziest amount of eliminations we see just for this phase is currently sitting on 160 eliminations. So that, of course, equates to 160 points coming through just based on the aggression that the teams were able to show. But if we look on the grand scale of things, right, those eliminations numbers, they start to climb. There's one team in particular sitting on currently about 308 eliminations to their name. I mean, I'm going to let the viewers guess as to who that is as we now move into our teams list. Just to remind everybody of our, you know, final opportunity for the teams to play in this current group, right? Group A, B, C, D, and E will all change moving into the next week. And that adds on to the extra level of excitement that we see coming through from these teams.
Absolutely. And yesterday we had 2 teams in particular stepping up and actually claiming their first winner chicken dinners. Of course, Slime, at least for this week. It is, of course, Slime 4KT and Zero Tolerance, who made a wonderful splash. We also saw VST alongside Zero Tolerance making a huge step up from that 2nd to 3rd page, actually managing to get both of themselves up into the top 12, currently in contention to be able to play against the rest of the teams on Livik. And of course, VST holding that record holder of winner chicken dinner winners on Livik, of course. So they do need to make sure that they actually get themselves into the top 12 at the end of the day. And a lot of winner chicken dinner winner words in one sentence. I shouldn't have done it that way, but hey, Here we are.
Well, I mean, there's no time to chicken out anymore, right? That has been said, it has been done. It is what it is. And of course, speaking about it is what it is, we need to see how much points these teams have been getting and what the point situation is. Of course, players there from Titan Gaming, no surprise, 6 winner chicken dinners alongside the 311 points. I mean, they're definitely pushing the envelope. We know last week at the end of our 20 games, we were sitting on a grand total of 293 points awarded to Slime4KT. And this time around, Titans definitely looking to break the mold with their approach.
Yeah, absolutely. And Slime4KT, they just edged over that 300-point marker with that additional Livik game. So they did manage to at least break the 300 mold, but now Titans are looking to go even further. Of course, in the last couple of days, we've seen teams like Titans, 1 Million, Slime4KT, Leaders Esports stepping up and claiming their own winner chicken dinners. Yesterday, it was Team Myth picking up 2 back-to-back. So already a massive step up from these teams to, again, push that final envelope, try and get themselves as high up on these overall rankings, because as we know, that has a direct correlation to how many bonus points they're going to receive at the end of this week. And of course, at the end of all 3 weeks, we're going to tally up all of those scores and see how much extra they get on top of their already extra points.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy, though. We saw the players there from Titan Gaming sitting on 160 eliminations for this week, right? Last week, they ended off on 142, so some pretty insane numbers to come through. But let's take a look and see what that second page looks like. Of course, our Livik winners sitting at the top of the second page on 105 points to their name. Of course, Zero Tolerance bring in that glorious winner chicken dinner just yesterday, now finding themselves up in towards 10th position. But then we have a little bit of a tie slot coming through between the Super Young Stars and Triple Esports, right? Both teams tied on 101 points, but still, it is a very contentious page, right? All the way from 9th down to 16th. There's not that much separating these teams currently.
Again, it's one good game coming through from today, and it has to come through today. That could mean they find themselves in those top 12 slots with an opportunity to, of course, play Livik, get as many bonus points as they possibly could, and, well, surprises moving into week number 3. But for the time being, as we've mentioned, because it's been so much more competitive, it's looked a lot healthier. So we're at that point where it's not a case of, well, we've already got our top 12. It's not looking like it's going to change anytime soon. And I'm, well, this time not convinced. Absolutely still from 9th all the way down. I mean, I would even go up to nearly the first page of how much changes could actually be applied to our top 12 teams. But of course, we know there's 4 teams that have a little bit of a back burner. They have some heat on their backs to try and really bring in the performances today.
Well, I mean, one thing that we are definitely seeing at this point is that the standard of play has been raised, right? The points that we see here what we saw at the end of day 5 last week, right? So the teams already coming into this week's day 5 on so much more of a footing here, right? Definitely in a position where we are going to be seeing a collective rise in those points across the board. And that's what makes me so excited to see who will be those teams to lock in them towards those top 12 slots, because it's close all the way through, right? There's not much really separating the teams with regards to points. I mean, looking from the position we have over in towards that 8th slot, right? TEAMLAG sitting on 110 points, and then we just move 38 points down. Well, 48 points down, right? Whichever. Math, what's that? That's where we find the players situated over in 20th position. So still very, very contentious plays. But of course, right, the teams will have to focus and, kind of bring out their inner monster, right? And with that, we want to give a big shout out and a big thank you going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So quite a bit of excitement to come on through. But aside from Monster, we also have to give a big shout out to Oppo. So Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. And of course, we are going to be looking to see which team will be engaging or switching on that gamer mode, that beast mode, as we move into our very first map of the day. And of course, again, right, we've got a very beautiful selection of maps, changing up that rotation once again. Now let's take a look at what that is going to be, right? We're going to be starting over on Miramar, heading over into a little bit of Erangel, Miramar, followed up with Sanhok. Then, of course, to close it off with even more Erangel action. And then comes the cherry on top, that extra little bit of Livik action.
And that Livik action was absolutely jam-packed towards the end of phase 1. So I'm expecting once again just more aggression from these teams, just more surprises as we move into the last couple of maps, that they do have that opportunity to get themselves higher and higher on the overall rankings. We saw that coming through in the last week. We saw a more consistent version of that moving into this week. Yesterday was a little bit more balanced, I would say, as we've talked off camera. There weren't as many earlier altercations and like crazy aggression, especially in the beginning of the maps, but toward the end everything always goes crazy.
Yeah, we didn't really see any particular team on an absolute rampage just yesterday, and that again just speaks to the focus and the determination the teams are looking to bring on through. But of course, they are going to be put to the test once again today, right? We saw the map rotation. We know what's up for grabs here, what's at stake, and what these teams are playing for. So I'm expecting it to be a super contentious day, right? Because it's going to be that final effort, that final opportunity for the teams to lock in those points. And not only are they securing points for this week, they're also securing points for the running total, the grand overall total, right? Because as you said before, the teams situated, they are going to be locking in those additional bonus points based on their ranking for this league stage. So there's quite a bit for them to try and focus on. But of course, speaking about focusing on, right, we are going to be moving straight up into Miramar to see what the teams have for us. And of course, also what it is with regards to that flight path. At least we can see it starting over onto the eastern edge, but it seems to be aiming more towards that southern position, right? You gotta really look at that flight path. I was trying to look under the camera. Unfortunately, I can't see enough. But, you know, it was worth an attempt, worth a shot to try and figure that out. So it does seem like we are going to be having a little bit of a rehost there, just sorting out a few of the gremlins. I think someone forgot to put their seatbelt on. That's probably what it is, right? Now, they can't really have everyone moving off of the plane if, you know, we don't have the adequate amount of seatbelts kind of buckled up. It all makes sense, right? Safety first. That's just the way we got to do it.
Yeah, you gotta listen to your captain. If your captain says, you know, put your seatbelt up, it has to happen. Because I'm definitely going to be looking out for teams like Titans, Live 4KT, and Leaders Esports. They were actually our leaders overall for just yesterday's games in terms of eliminations, bringing in 29 to 28 eliminations after the entire day. When, again, compared to the earlier this week, that doesn't seem as crazy as some of the other points we've seen, but at least that consistency is there. Whether or not those placement points are actually going to balance out with the eliminations is another question, but they definitely should be some of our heavy hitters moving into any of the maps we should be seeing today.
Yeah, I mean, there could be, the teams have already created a little bit of an expectation, right? Not only the expectation coming through from their performances through the previous days in this week, but also based on the performance that we saw from last week, right? I mean, that's what we kind of used as our historical data, is looking at how the teams have been performing. And yesterday, we did see the players there from Slime really stepping up the efforts, looking to bring in that former, you know, phenomenal showcase that they've been having, especially in that first week. But this week so far, things looking a little bit tough. Yes, they were getting on the up and up, moving in towards yesterday. But today's going to be that opportunity for them to try and replicate the efforts that they had in the previous week, right? Because we know day 4, day 5 last week, it was Slime 4KT sitting at the top of the board. And they did so consistently all the way through. So it leads me to the question then is like, why is it not happening yet again, right? They have shown that capability. We want to see that rise. But also what I want to see today moving into the games is also for the teams that find themselves on the lower end of that leaderboard, right? Really putting in the effort to see if they can secure a little bit of a higher positioning, right? As we look back to the previous week, we had Legends of War and the players from Darkness sitting on those lower slots. And we are seeing a similar kind of position at least coming through into today. But based on what we've been having happening just yesterday, this could be that opportunity now for Legends of War and Darkness to just bring in that extra bit of a push and maybe finish a little bit higher up on the overall standings.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, we've already seen, I would say, 2 out of the 4 teams that we were begging for from last week, moving into this week's, massively stepping it up. I mean, Desert Flame, they currently find themselves quite high compared to last week's endeavors. Just jumping up into that second page from what we saw yesterday. Now, of course, having to contend once again and having to fight for positions, but a much more consistent approach from what we saw, and even picking up, I mean, so close to those winner chicken dinners, you know, second place, third place, fourth place. We keep finding them in those situations more consistently compared to that week one. So they definitely brought that fantastic, I would say, consistency with their performance, because we know that they were massively able to pick up some fantastic eliminations. It was just once again about finding that consistency and as a team moving into those final stages, which we've somewhat seen actually polished up quite nicely. Another interesting approach would obviously be, you know, the whole question with Titans and 1 million, you know, who's going to jump up on the last day, because Titans, they had a very long wind of some very dominating performances, but of course 1 million then stepped up, Myth stepped up, Slime 4KT stepped up. We had a lot of the teams really just putting the target on Titans to stop them from doing what they're already doing.
Yeah, and it does speak a lot to the kind of focus and the determination coming through from these teams, right? I'm loving that slight bit of relentlessness. Yes, there we go. That's the proper English. That the teams are showcasing here, right? Regardless of what the result is, they're also going to be trying to put in that effort to get themselves secured into those more favorable angles. And that just shows, right? Regardless of where you are on the leaderboard, change is still possible, right? Be it at the top. Well, you can't go higher than the top, but I mean, anyone else can catch up behind you. But of course, the team situated a little bit further down, right, onto that second and third page. Based on the point positioning, there's still a great opportunity for any of these teams to move up, to get themselves a more secured position. And then, of course, a bit of a bonus on that is moving over on towards that extra bit of Livik action as well, right? So I'm really hoping to see a bit of a change in that dynamic as we move towards the end of the day. But it all has to start at one point, right? It's all going to be starting right here on our very first Miramar, as we are yet again now just waiting for the pilot to ensure that everyone is securely buckled up before they depart. And then we can see what that flight path is going to be bringing through.
Yeah, so obviously a little bit of a change up of what we saw from that first Miramar. Now we have to sit and, well, just wonder and take a gander as to where we are really going to be heading. But we don't have to wait too much longer, DK. You can start guessing now what that flight path is going to look like and let us know what you think.
Well, again, it's eastern side, right? At least we can see the islands down below. But it does seem to be a little bit more southernly focused, right? I'm trying to see onto the horizon, but then I realize, oh, wait, hang on.
You're not in
Yeah,
control.
I can't. No. I sometimes forget that this is a mobile game, right? I sometimes forget that this is a game and not IRL, right? I keep on wanting to like just look a little bit further up ahead, but we don't need to do that, right? We have the lovely flight path now being shown right there. Is starting from that Impala position, heading straight on down towards prison. So yes, it is a slightly more southern flight path, but as we know by now, the teams, they're not scared of just hopping in a vehicle, getting themselves positioned into where it is that they want to go. But I'm expecting a little bit of that, a little bit of a contention coming through as the teams are going to be looking to grab those vehicles and finding a good location to drop down.
And obviously Group E is not going to be joining us. So Mad Knight, one of the teams we obviously know, we're placing a little bit of pressure on to try and catch up from that 19th position all the way up to the rest of the squads. And again, it's not that far off in terms of the points that they need to get to actually make that happen. So I definitely would expect that there's some possibilities moving into the rest of today. I mean, if we take a look at the overall standings, they have 65 points. 12th place has obviously 101, so that is a steep rise, but we've seen teams pick up crazier points in a day before, so we'll have to wait and see what they have planned for us moving on to the next map. The rest of the teams, however, I mean, we still have that crazy team of Titans sitting on 311 points, and at this point in time, right, for 1 million to catch up, they have to bring another potential 100 points a day just to be able to take over Titan's current position.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of effort needing to be brought on forward. But of course, we are seeing a bit of that excitement already happening over in towards Impala. It is the players there from One Round and Darkness getting into a little bit of an altercation. Ghost is going to be our first player to get knocked on down. But now Chica and the rest of the team looking to get themselves a little bit more of a favorable situation here. Knight also not having much loot just yet. I think this is part of the excitement that we are seeing in these early game stages. Of course, now it is going to be Zizal just capitalizing on Knight and setting yet another knock through. So far, it seems to be quite fair, right? Either team getting a knock, but it's going to come down to what the teams will do from this point moving forward, right? Is Darkness going to be looking to push onto one round? Could it be vice versa? Or could they look to disengage entirely and look to play a little bit more of that continuation?
The question is going to be for these teams to see how much they actually want to bring into today, because as we know, yes, we do normally expect a very aggressive push for the teams trying to get themselves into the top 12. It's like those final days just before Super Weekends, right? We get those final crazy pushes. Some of the teams are like, what can we really make happen at this point in time? But there's just a different energy about it, because not only are you playing for that top 12, because obviously we want to get to Livik, but you're also playing to see how high you can get on the over rankings for the bonus points. So any effort that is placed now, even if it doesn't get you into Livik, it might get you those extra few bonus points moving into the finals that could make the difference between, I don't know, maybe you getting to the top 6 or not, or maybe even a completely different change or different focus that these teams are bringing into. So I would hope that we still see that continuous effort from every single team, regardless of where they currently find themselves on the overall leaderboard. And that's why we keep asking for these teams to bring in these crazy pushes, because of the format change. It changes the importance of every single map.
It does, but I mean, some teams are just in a position where they really need to put a little bit more, where the engagements are that extra little bit more essential for them, right? There's a little bit more importance tied to that, right? So out of these two teams that we're watching right now, this is definitely the more important play for Darkness, right? Because we know they've come into this match sitting on 67 points, and they can do with a few extra, right? There ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of extra points, but it's going to be a lot more pressure on them to try and play this one and execute their strategy a little bit more successful, whereas one round, it's not going to be too detrimental for them, right? We know one round already situated up in 4th place. Yes, Slime 4KT is only 2 points behind them, but that can be kind of, adjusted as we progress through the remaining games. With Darkness, they don't have that luxury, right? They need to keep that pressure up. They need to try and find that strong momentum, that strong flow, and have that move through for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. So different focus. Again, the shift coming through from the teams. They know what's at stake for them, and they hopefully would have done their due diligence and done their homework and know, okay, guys, this is the focus, right? We need to either just keep a hold of placements, eliminations, whatever it is that they know can bring them into that position. That's where we need to see them really bring it today. But I mean, aside from that, what's also interesting is, I mean, some of the situations and positions we find these teams. I mean, Zero Tolerance, we would normally expect them all the way there towards, and potentially sometimes over towards Campo Militar. This time, a little bit closer towards Al Azahar, so moving a little bit more, I would say sooner rather than later, obviously because of that zone shift. Hopefully it does provide them some more time just to focus on looting within Al Azahar. Perhaps, if some of the teams don't actually come to ruin their fun.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see how that one pans out. And of course, our dominators so far on the overall rankings coming in with a little bit of that 2-2 split, right? We got Action, Puncher situated up in towards Val del Mar. The rest of the team there, Teague and P6, all the way down in towards Los Higos. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that extra little bit of a split, right? In just ensuring that all 4 players can get themselves looted up adequately before starting to focus on where they are going to be moving towards next. But we could see a little bit of a pincer play, right? Maybe coming through here from Titan. I'm expecting at least Puncher and Axa maybe to head along that northern side. And then maybe we could see P6 and Teak opting for a little bit more of that southern rotation. But whichever way they go, I do think it is still going to be quite an interesting one to see how this actually unfolds. But I'm liking the positioning and the rotational plays being had by the teams, at least for now, right? We are seeing a lot more focus being put in for the teams to get themselves a lot more stronger positions, right? Get the situations kind of sorted out, ensure that they are in a more favorable kind of position. And the same adaptation could potentially be coming through here from 1 million as well, right? We know that they started over on towards that Puerto region, but now they're already starting to move up well ahead of that blue zone closure.
Oh, okay. So once again, a few small adjustments, that we do see, which is a nice change. You know, normally we would obviously be focusing for 1 million towards El Pozo, but again, flight paths, they make you, you know, really reconsider a few things. Of course, those alternative drop locations moving on in quite nicely for some of the teams. And looking at obviously that central section of Los Leones, we do see so many teams obviously currently situated trying to take up at least a more controlling position. Legends of War obviously very close, at least in terms of, you know, potential to Desert Flame Esports here, who've moved into the alternate drops location, the alternate compound within this reach. So obviously, not expecting any team to really be gunning for crazy eliminations, especially the reach that Desert Flame would have to make. They know it's going to place them out in a very exposed angle. As we can see, Shadowin already holding those cross.
Yeah, but we are seeing a little bit more calculated performance coming through from Desert Flame. So I'm quite excited to see where it is that they are going to be aiming to reach today, right? Starting over in that 14th position, only about 8 points behind the players there from Arab Golden. So not a big gap to try and close on up. So there's going to be that potential for a few gains to be made. But of course, speaking about gains, it is going to be the blue zone gaining extra lives potentially as that first knock has come through on towards Darkness. But it does seem like a little bit of a stalemate play coming between them and the players there from one round, right? Neither team really stepping up. That res, of course, now coming through as we can see the red dot going away. But again, they now have quite a bit of distance to cover. And this is where I start to feel a little bit worried for both these teams. As, I mean, Chico is going to jump at the opportunity here to find that knock up towards Iron. But we see Moha coming in with a bit of that flank positioning as well. I think this is a healthy approach being adopted here by one round. But once they get through this altercation, they still have to try and prioritize that positioning all the way back in towards zone. But for the time being, Chico trying to just sneak a little bit closer and maybe find that beautiful lineup coming through on towards the players here from Darkness.
And Darkness, obviously, they have to put that defensive barrier up. As we know, this is more important for Darkness. This engagement, this opportunity, it has more pressure than what it does for one round, as they currently find themselves sitting in 18th position. They want to get themselves closer. They want to get themselves high on the overall rankings, and this could be the start. Chico going down. That is an opportunity that hopefully the rest of Darkness will be able to capitalize, but Moha just holding the perfect angle here, DK.
Yeah, that barrel is quite devastating at close range as, well, both these teams are experiencing firsthand. But with that, all the pressure now for Darkness turns over on towards Ghost. I mean, one round, they still have Eflex and Moa left, and that's going to be the confirmations just locked on through. So it does seem like this is just slipping through the fingers for Darkness, right? One round moving up, looking quite comfortable, a good, decent spread, good awareness being adopted here. But Ghost, not quite sure whether or not they're going to be able to get themselves out of this current situation. Moa is going to be looking to just gain a little bit of additional elevation here. But, yeah, I don't know for how much longer either of these teams can actually continue the efforts here.
It's going to be a very difficult opposition here moving through. Of course, we see Chico going down to the blue zone. Very, very painful experience, we know, but it happens from time to time, and that's what also brings that extra level of complexity to these sort of engagements. Is the longer you take, obviously the more your HP is going to chunk, and unfortunately now it's 2 layers deep, so it's just that quick speed up that could make the difference here. So one round, we'll have to wait and see who is actually going to survive this.
Yeah, we'll have to wait indeed. But one round also now starting to feel the pressure as they are slowly running out of meds. We do have Buda now getting popped just a little bit further up in towards the zone as we are seeing quite a bit of that congestion now starting to come through. It is going to be Myth and the players here from Leaders Esports alongside Legends of War now starting to encircle Pearl Desert Flame. So not the most ideal position to be in, especially looking at Flacker there. But the rest of the team now also trying to find a way to get themselves to try and just fortify this position, right? Because Flacco pretty isolated, the rest of the team situated a little bit further up towards that more northern position.
And as we know, they're holding a fairly close position towards that central zone position. So they want to hold on to this real estate. They want to ensure that they have great positioning moving into the next phase. And this could definitely just go miles to ensure that that actually does happen. Of course, the rotation is still moving on closer and closer. Not just Desert Flame within the vicinity. Of course, Seoul Esports not too far off, a little bit closer towards Los Leones, of course. They find themselves looking at the barrels of Blackjack Esports moving on in. So a little bit of information for them to work with. But again, this eastern approach of that zone is going to be so incredibly stacked with teams.
Yeah, it is going to be quite the difficult play to be making there. But we also still see, rather, quite a few teams held up out in that blue zone. Zero Tolerance are going to be moving on forward alongside the players there from Slime 4KT. Wave also making their push. But as we look in towards center zone, right, we do see the players there from 1 million starting to just kind of improve their angles towards those more elevated regions. And I think that's going to be quite the position for them to play at. Seeing that we've got the team like Virtual Gaming position just up ahead of them, could be super favorable. But as we look on towards that more northeastern edge, there's going to be Leaders Esports now looking to find a bit of a territory to move up in towards. Of course, Legends of War have the compound under lockdown, and it is going to be Myth now falling victim to a good showing of aggression.
Yeah, Allah has just joined the party, of course, looking for those reses to just come on through and hopefully bolster their numbers before they move anywhere else, right? Legends of War, on the other hand, they are not looking to waste any sort of time. That nade is going to be popped by Lash, and this could be the one. It's going to bounce off in, and Broly goes immediately back down, while Allah just does not have the HP to contend.
Well, Lashin definitely stepping it up. Two players down for the side of Myth. And this could be the start of a really great performance going through here for Legends of War. But it's going to be all now down to Ramsey and Mormon. We can see where they can get themselves situated. Meanwhile, it's going to be Lag and Leaders, rather, getting into a bit of that altercation action over on towards the more western side. Again, quite a challenging position, especially for Lag now to move in towards. So Legends going to be looking to just keep the contention upright, keep that position under lockdown. But of course, Titans could also come swinging in from that more southern edge.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that can jump on into the party. So Leaders, they're holding that 3-1 split at the moment. Shadow and punching to try and get back into a little bit of more of a safer approach with the rest of the numbers, because they might have spotted Virtual Gaming there just on the horizon. Some good information here to work with. Still, Titans moving on in the flanking line, finding just some open opportunities here.
Yeah, that's going to be B6 right on the front line. Pretty isolated position being played here. But, I mean, it is absolutely golden as they are now able to capitalize on this positioning coming through here from Lag. Fantasy now going to be looking to push up and just bring in a little bit of that extra coverage. But, unfortunately, it is going to be the utilities to rain on down as Shadowwind sends it out. And now just picking up Lag players left, right, and center. And Fantasy now having to reconsider that approach. Instead, opting for the vehicle, looking to just put a bit of distance in between themselves and this absolute ambush coming through.
Absolutely, just survive. That has to be the focus here for these teams. Any points whatsoever, even if it's just in placements, they could go the distance for every single team at this point in time. Other than Titans, of course. As we know, they're riding high on the first pole position. But they could also, do with a little bit more space, make it that much more impossible for other teams to try and catch up to them. As you can see, Seoul Esports now finding some success there towards one round, who've tried to now move in, obviously, to the zone from their later engagement. And now, well, they're going to once again face this eastern just line of teams who have set themselves up sooner.
Yeah, and it is going to be quite the hairy position to get yourself secured in towards. But again, looking at Titan, they don't seem to be two-faced moving in from that western side. They do have a slight clear pathway to get themselves situated in towards the zone itself. But of course, as we look back over on towards that eastern edge, it is going to be the players here from Myth and Soul trying to get the position, trying to lock it down. But they still have to contend against Legends of War as well as the team from Blackjack. But up comes Knight now, swinging at the opportunity on towards 6 as they go down. Flacco quickly trying to retaliate, and there we have it.
Hello.
A successful push coming through from Desert Flame.
Oh, this is what we love to see, DK. We've been waiting for Desert Flame to step it on up, especially on Miramar. This is what we need. Accent Titans, of course, looking now to hold their line. It's up against 1 million, the team that's currently in contention for their first spot. And it's going to go down to one remaining member of Titans, holding the rest of the hopes and dreams here. As Teak is starting to bleed out, Marshall going to be moving on through with a little bit of a buggy action. We'll confirm that as well quite shortly. But now, well, unfortunately, Titans down to just P6.
Yeah, but what a great showing that is coming through from 1 million. I mean, Venom just stepping up, finding trade after trade on the entire team there. I mean, that just shows so much confidence coming through. But as we look back on towards that western side, rather, There's going to be players here from Leaders Esports looking to get a bit of a foothold secured here. They've got the P6 from Titan just off in the distance. But of course, they still have Zero Tolerance. They've got Slime 4KT. They've got Lag, as well as Wave, who are yet to push through and look for positioning up in towards this next zone.
Yeah, ironically, you've got a few more stragglers here towards the western point of the zone. So P6 will be joined by Elias from Arab Golden as the last remaining hopeful, and Lag is also sprinkled around within this area. Virtual Gaming now holding a lovely position here within the central zone, just quite close to those crossroads. So a good opportunity for some ridgeline cover, you know, working with the terrain. But again, you are center position, so that added pressure does come through one way or another.
Yeah, but as we know, Virtual Gaming, no strangers to those centralized position and the pressure that comes along with that. Meanwhile, we do see the players there from Lag now bidding their farewells as they are sent away. Slime Forgetti now still having to try and cover a bit of ground to get themselves resituated back in towards that zone. Wave have been experiencing a little bit of trouble, right? They are down to 2 potential players looking to bring that res in, but it is going to be an absolute blow of devastation as they feel the pressure now starting to mount. Of course, it is Desert Flame and Blackjack also going at each other, as we can see. Quite a few knocks already secured onto the players here from Desert Flame, but up comes Phoenix and the rest of Blackjack now looking to rush on forward. It's going to be P6 held up in that little shack, and the numbers really starting to dwindle at this point. Not quite sure whether or not P6, or rather 6 God, is going to be able to secure this compound for much longer.
Yeah, the pressure is on. Esperanto also now finds a beautiful angle there towards Leaders. As we know, these two teams have been in contention in the past for picking up some of the most eliminations within a day. Now, 6 God gonna get blown to pieces, and really not much you can do in that scenario. I mean, it's a tiny compound, it's a grenade, you do the math.
Yeah, there's nowhere else to go, right? That is the unfortunate part of it. But of course, now we turn back over on towards Leaders and Slime 4KT. We see the sprays coming through, but it's going to be Virtual Gaming actually to drive those hits in, right? Shadowin getting knocked on down, and all the pressure now for Slime turning over on towards Koa. Koa, player that we've been seeing really showing up quite tactfully in that first week. Having a few moments of glory coming through in this week, but nothing to replicate the efforts from that first week's time. But let's see where this one will go, right? It is now up to Morteza and Gary Boy for the side here of Leaders as they look to continue their positioning. But Goa out for blood, right? They want to secure those eliminations.
Yeah, absolutely. We know what Koa is capable of, and we also know what Leaders are capable of. And so moving on through, they will get that confirmation. But unfortunately, Morteza just in the flames. Are they going to survive? Ooh, that is just too close for comfort. Unfortunately, no opportunity for res as we need to move on into the zone. We've got some more action to follow here.
Oh, yes, we have quite a bit of action to come on through. It is going to be Gaddafi on the side of Virtual Gaming, just looking to maybe pick up a few of those stray sprays. But unfortunately, not landing them just yet. It is now up to quite a bit of a fight still on the edge of zone here, right? Virtual Gaming looking to kind of set up that gatekeep, but it's going to be 1 million to push up alongside them. And I mean, if you want to talk about pressure, you want to talk about a really challenging position, that is exactly what these teams are experiencing firsthand. Of course, One Shot and the remainder of the team from Virtual are going to be turning their attention down on towards Legends of Wars. You can see the shots now starting to connect them up, but it does seem to be quite the uphill battle. Soul also trying to get themselves into contention, moving up, but a very vulnerable rotation they find themselves in.
Yeah, all of these teams finding themselves in a very vulnerable location. All of this is happening outside of the zone. So as they fight for supremacy of this control, as they fight to try and open up a path into safety, they are wasting precious time. As you can see, Legends of War now unfortunately taking quite a lot of hits, and Virtual Gaming not feeling too great about that either.
Well, let's see where this one is going to be going, right? This could be that opportunity for a little bit of a bounce back coming through from the players of Legends of War. But it's going to be still quite a bit of a challenge as we have Soul moving closer and closer to them. Lashin now quickly retaliating, finding that knock back up on towards Hemo. But up comes a quick return as Omar steps on up, just lighting that vehicle on fire. Now, Bellboy up ahead, tries to take a bit of a swing here, takes several hits in return, and that is in fact going to be Soul to fall next. Legends of War still in it. They can still secure themselves a somewhat decent position, but Virtual Gaming looking to just capitalize and lock in those final few eliminations.
Blackjack just absolutely melting away at any and every opposition they find themselves in virtual gaming, of course, sending out quite a few interesting placements of utilities as they try and look for an opportunity towards Legends of War. Finding Powerboy Mowing is going to clap back, however, with a beautiful trade onto one shot. So this is still high in a possibility for either team to take this win.
Well, we are seeing a Legends of War already rising to 6 eliminations. Virtual Gaming also sitting on 6, but we've got Blackjack pushing the envelope and now sitting on 8 eliminations to their name. So this could be quite the glorious game to come through from them. But with that, it is going to be Legends of War to get taken out as Virtual Gaming nail those scoffins shut. But up they go. The final 4 teams now left to duke it out. So you can see Blackjack, 1 million, still having pretty phenomenal numbers here. But not quite sure what is going to happen now over on that Virtual Gaming camp, right? They still need to try and secure that position moving in. And of course, P6 from Titan, still alive, still holding strong.
Somehow, some way, still alive and within center zone, holding a fantastic angle. But again, we just look at that minimap, we just see the cornering, we just see the teams corralling on the position, and that will be the confirmation that Titans are sent back into the lobby. It's Blackjack and 1 million with the big numbers here, DK. They've got 4 apiece each, and they are looking with a great position into this next phase.
Yeah, it is going to be an absolute battle between 1 million and Blackjack. But with that, it is going to be Virtual Gaming now to get caught in the crosshairs, as they don't have much options, right? They don't have anywhere else really to try and push towards, as the blue zone is going to start creeping on forward. Sengay now trying to reach across, waiting for that bit of an opportunity. But MG now going to come swinging on through, looking to find Zeus. But now they got to keep their eyes so peeled on the action here, right? That one moment of letting the focus slip could mean that any of the opposing teams could potentially get the upper hand. And that, of course, is going to be Zane to get found out next.
Oh, yeah, you have to keep your head on the swivel here and the focus on the triggers. Of course, as we know, 1 million moving into center zone, holding a fantastic position. Now, what they can just do, they can keep their heads on the swivel and start spraying 360 anywhere degrees just to find every single team trying to move into a better position here. This is a classic 1 million strat, especially if you followed PMPL Spring. This is going to be a fantastic opportunity here for 1 million.
Yeah, but 1 million looking so confident as they continue to move on forward. But it's going to be Zeus, though, to find the trade right there on towards Venom. Oh, Zeus trying to capitalize on that. It's going to be Lazy Boy to get traded off. And wow, the numbers now just falling all over the place. Virtual Gaming getting sent away. And it is down to a 2v4 in favor of Blackjack. They still have all their players up, sitting on 8 eliminations. At this point, only 1 behind. The eliminations 1 million has been able to secure so far, but I'm not quite sure whether or not 1 million is going to be able to get any of those races going. This could be that opportunity for Blackjack to now push on forward and potentially lock in their very first winner chicken dinner. Could this be the game, Ez?
That is going to be the question on all of our minds. Blackjack Esports looking to step it up. They're tired of being in 17th place, DK. They want to find themselves even higher. Maybe moving into those 12 positions. We'll have to wait and see how this one turns out. They already have 8 eliminations, but they're up against 1 million. This is the best opponent to really test your skills, because we've seen what 1 million can do in a single day. Picking up 100 points, easy for them, right? Now, let's see what this winner chicken dinner is going to hold.
Well, Blackjack definitely going to be looking to make it quite contentious, right? As we did see, the knock now coming through. It is going to be Zane, rather, to get found out and traded off with that 1 million. About to lose Lazy Boy off in the distance, right? They're not in a position where they can secure that res just yet. So that could be turning into a 2v3 altercation. But as we know, 1 million, no strangers to sending out those grenades. As we can see already, a beautiful barrage of damage just getting laid onto Blackjack. But again, the situation is going to get pretty tough, as both teams now need to get themselves repositioned back into safety. MG going to be pushing up right alongside the rock, just trying to get a bit of an anchor hold here. But no clear line of sight just yet. 1 million going to be keeping their distance, not keeping themselves in a vulnerable position.
Yeah, look, they're looking for the numbers here. They know that they're on the back foot. It's a 3v2. MG in prime position is going to get burnt potentially out of that position. But for the time being, 1 million, they need to focus on finding that edge rate, in finding that trigger.
Oh, come on, come on. Blackjack looking to close this one up. Still having a slight advantage with those numbers. But it all comes down to who is the quickest on the trigger and who can find that spray down. Senke now going to be looking to move on up. It is going to be Marshall. They get found out everything now riding on Senke. And there we have it. It is Blackjack locking in their very first winner chicken dinner right here in the PUBG Mobile Africa fall season. For 2022, absolutely glorious run and 10 eliminations strong.
Okay, so thankfully, once again, I'm not doing the math, but 10 plus 15, so you're sitting on about 25 points a game. How are you going to add that onto the overall rankings, and how are those overall rankings going to look after a performance like this from Blackjack Esports? If they keep this up, they could make a push for top 12.
I mean, it's quite exciting to see, right? We were waiting and expecting teams to really bring in some surprising performances. And of course, players from Blackjack coming out of nowhere, stepping up with such a formidable push, securing themselves that play. But as we saw, it was no easy feat, right? 1 million making it so difficult to secure those positions. But of course, now let's take a look and see the points. It is going to be Blackjack and 1 million coming in on 10 eliminations apiece. That results in the 25 points for Blackjack alongside that winner chicken dinner. And then of course 1 million secured on 22. But look at Virtual Gaming here is still securing 9 eliminations and 19 total points.
Yeah, they're still going to be, picking up some crazy points. As we know, 1 million, they're hot on the tails here of Titan Esports, so they need to get anything and everything they possibly can. Unfortunately for 1 million, Titans also managed to pick up some of those double digits. Legends of War, Virtual Gaming, they all made a fantastic appearance there towards the top of our match rankings. We do have that second page to take a look at and see who are some of the teams who didn't quite find what they were looking on for Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a bit of a tough start coming through. I mean, most of the teams picking up those points, but as we can see, Darkness having a little bit of a shaky start to the action here today, right? Getting sent back with a bag of donuts. But you know what? It's not bad, right? Donuts are quite nice. I enjoy them. Always fun to have. But hoping to see that improvement coming through from Darkness as they move into their remaining matches of the day. Of course, we know moving into the next match, it is going to be Group E. Rejoining us with the players there from Group D sitting out on the action a little bit as we move over on towards Erangel. So quite a bit of excitement still to come. But of course, before we go anywhere, let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this fast match.
And it was a spicy one moving into this one. As we know, again, in the beginning, I felt like we still had that consistency in terms of the teams at least trying to stay without, some aggression. One round, on the other hand, they couldn't let this opportunity pass by. They did take quite a few wonderful pieces away from Darkness, but as we moved into those later phases, from phase 5, from phase 4 even, we really started seeing the absolutely craziest of things heading up, as we had so many teams picking up some wonderful opportunities and fantastic angles. But here, this final moment for Blackjack, this was the winning moment for me. To see Blackjack picking up their first winner chicken dinner on the first day of our last day of phase 2 is a big surprise, and I'm very happy to see more of it. They can keep it coming. Keep it coming.
On the first day of our last day, sure.
The first map.
Exactly. No, it's fine. We all get it. We all get it. I mean, I'm just teasing. I like to tease. But yes, it's great to see the teams really coming into this day, really looking to shake up what we've been seeing across the board, right? We don't know. Blackjack came so close in the first week, really putting in those efforts, but moving into what we had coming into this week, things are looking pretty great. And of course, now, speaking about things looking great, let's take a look and see what the overall standings are. Of course, no surprise to see Titans sitting on 3-2-1. They've started that countdown, and now they're going to be looking to light it up as much as they can. But still, a strong effort being brought in there by 1 million, as we know, right? They secured themselves over 20 points in this past match. So this could be the start of something great coming through from them, right? The gap slowly starting to close. Not quite sure if they're going to be able to close that all today, but we are also seeing then the players there from Slime 4KT, rather, still holding a very strong position right now, moving up in towards that 4th place.
Just above 1 round, who obviously didn't have the best starting today, at least not compared to Slime 4KT, because again, it's only 3 points difference. Just that little morsel of points that really helped them to make that final jump. Still, Esports, Team Myth, and Team Lag rounding off the first page of rankings. So our top 8 looking pretty good, but still very, very close. As we know, we're keeping an eye out on those top 12 teams to see who's going to be gracing us with their presence on Livik, as you mentioned in your intro. Let's take a look at that second page to see how those rankings might have shifted up, because we know Blackjack Esports, they have reached the triple-digit club.
Oh yes, welcome to the party, and what a party it is indeed. Blackjack Virtual Gaming sitting on 100 apiece. Of course, just 1 point behind Triple Esports and the players there from the Super Young Stars. But what a beautiful jump that has been. And of course, right, next map is going to be the bread and butter. Almost went for the bread and butter again. But we'll see where the teams are going to be ending up and how much of a change we'll be seeing coming through on this page. Desert Flame now sitting all the way in that 16th position. But as we can see, only 12 points currently separating them from that 12th position. So quite a bit of excitement yet lying ahead for us. But as we know, right, this is our second page. We need to take a look and see what the point situation is over onto that third page and where the teams are in relation to the teams situated on the second page.
Yeah, look, I mean, not too far off, for Wave Esports, about 7 points, I believe, from Desert Flame Esports. So they do have that opportunity to really make that catch-up happen. And Legends of War also not far off as well. Thanks to that fantastic start on Miramar, they find themselves 6 points away from that 7th position. Darkness and Mad Knight still in contention, I would say. If they just get a good game going, if they start to get some of that consistency moving, maybe focusing more on those placements, who knows, maybe they need to bring in the eliminations, whatever's, comfortable for the teams, they know that themselves, then we could see this shake up on this side of things as well. And what a story that would be. Imagine just jumping up all the way from 20th, who knows, up into 16th even, maybe even more. We'll have to wait and see for the rest of the teams to bring that action.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be up to the players there from Darkness to find a different position, right? Because we moved up in towards Miramar, they dropped in right alongside 1 round, right? They were kind of sharing the position there, and 1 round getting the upper hand, sending them backing. But as we move into our second match of the day, that also then means that we are going to be seeing the players there from Mad Knight stepping out onto the field alongside the Super Young Stars, Triple Esports, and VST Gaming. So there is going to be a little bit of that pressure riding on their shoulders. But again, right, this is going to be that opportune moment for Mad Knight and the players from Darkness to just hunker down on the efforts and lock in those points and move themselves out of those lower situations.
That would be the hope, as we know, moving into the what did you say? Bread and butter?
Yes,
bread and butter?
the bread and butter.
The bread and the butter of
Yes.
PUBG Mobile. So we'll have to wait and see how the teams are going to bring their action. As we know, yesterday was a very Erangel heavy day, and we saw some of the teams making those surprising performances. I mean, Team Myth picking up those double winner chicken dinners. Was that necessarily because it was more Erangel, or was that something else? We'll have to wait and see. But hopefully the teams have set themselves up for success here. As we know, after today, we don't get to see them for such a long time. 8 whole days of no PUBG Mobile for us here, DK. So the teams, they need to bring it today.
Yeah, I'm already, the nerves already starting to build up, right? Just thinking of 8 days, no PUBG. What am I going to do? No, but it's fine. But yes, moving into Erangel, definitely, right? Like I've said, it's going to be important for 2 teams that I've already pointed out. But again, it's just equally as important for the other teams situated above them, right? Because as we know, at this point in time, the teams not sitting up on that, in the higher end of the first page, are definitely still playing to secure their positions up in towards the top 12. And from the efforts that we saw coming through in that very first match, it is going to be a pretty challenging date, right? Everyone is going to be rising to the occasion, and we've been seeing those efforts come through. So I'm excited to see what the teams are going to be doing to not only defend their positions, but also the teams that are trying to catch up into the top 12, what they are going to be bringing on through. And of course, we aren't going to have to wait too long as we are transitioning straight up into our match. You can see the flight path starting over on the western side, the lovely Georgia Pool, and, well, Everest, right? Just down below. If you look to your left, you'll see even more of Erangel. To your right, equally. Right, it's also even more Erangel, but of course, straight up ahead, the flight path is heading straight down to that Sosnovka military island. In fact, it is pulling up right there alongside the Nova crate. So I'm pretty sure, the players from Arab Golden would be quite happy with where this flight path is taking them, and we can add Soul into the mix as well.
I feel like I was taken for a fool there. I looked to my left and there was a wall. I looked to the right and there was another wall. I did not see any Erangel. DK, you lied. It was straight ahead of me all this time, but it's alright. It's alright. We take a
It
look
was a
at...
BlazCon ad. That's what it was.
Ah,
Yes,
I knew
all
it.
in all.
I knew it. It was a ploy all along. But of course, we have a very southwestern flight path, at least in some regard, at least somewhat, in somewhat case, closer to school. So the teams have a good opportunity to get themselves onto their more preferred locations. As we know, for some of the teams like VST, this is going to be their first step into this day of fantastic gameplay, as well as Mad Knight, who find themselves up there closer to, unfortunately, the bottom of the score line, sitting, I believe, currently, it was 19th the last time we checked, so we'll have to wait and see how that's going to change up as we move into the rest of the day, but flight zone, not that crazy. I feel like all of the teams have good opportunity to get themselves situated.
It's a lollipop. That's what it is. That's what we are looking
Hey.
at. That's a slight
You're not lying this
northwestern.
time, right?
That slight northwestern zone coming through. But again, this is going to be absolutely amazing, especially for the players there from Triple Esports, Virtual Gaming, seeing that they won't have to rotate all too far. But we are seeing a little bit of the showing of the aggression coming through on the Super Young
Whoa.
Stars, right? It's going to be Plaza and Storm to come rushing to the party as Zerif makes their way out. And with that, Super Young Stars coming in now, unfortunately, rather, only sitting on 2 remaining hopefuls.
Yeah, this is not what we were expecting here for Super Young Stars, but hey, if it has to happen, it has to happen. Probably taking their trip towards Severny, which they'll be happy to know is currently unattended, as we know, Virtual Gaming closer to Georgia Pool, mixed in with Triple Esports on the southern Georgia Pool containers. Feels weird to say that, but yeah, that's currently the position we currently find them. And of course, school very, very well situated here with teams. We can see leaders and legends just, well, teaching each other some interesting subjects.
I mean, that's a great position being played here by Shadowin, right? Just peering out the window, spotting a few legends up ahead. Again, that LOL action coming in. I mean, you gotta love it, right? We just have to love it. That's what we've been waiting to see. Teams really coming in with a few surprising performances. But unfortunately, it wasn't a knock. But, you know, I'm also quite surprised. Well, not really surprised. Delightfully surprised. Sure, let's go with that. With mowing, right? Mowing has been... We saw a few great plays coming through from mowing last week.
Oh, yeah.
But so far this week, we've been seeing an increase in that. And I mean, from what we saw just over on Miramar, mowing's really got something cooking.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw that double spray down from mowing. I think it was just yesterday or the day before. We were screaming at the top of our lungs. We couldn't quite understand what was happening, but it definitely goes to show and goes to add on to why we've been seeing Legends of War at least pick up the pace in some regard or another, right? It's not like we're seeing, you know, those 100 points at games, but any sort of effort put in at this point in time is going to matter. It is going to make a difference because the overall leaderboard is so close, because it's so healthy in terms of that competitive level. So I just want to see that effort coming on through. And, you know, from my very confused sounding voice earlier when I was talking about virtual gaming and Triple Esports, well, here they are in Georgia Pool, still confusing me.
Why?
Here?
Why? Because they're here. I mean, why not, right? We got 7
It's
Reefs
so
and
different.
Vibes right here. Pretty isolated from the rest of the team. We do have Kimos and M7MD pushing up from that western edge. But that could be a bit of a pincer play that could actually be working out quite favorably for Triple Esports, right? We did see Triple Esports really bringing it all together, right? Last week, they actually finished all the way in that 5th position. So far, coming into today, we've got Triple sitting up in 12th place. So there is a great potential opportunity for Triple Esports to double down on the efforts. I mean, look at that amazing nade getting sent out from 7 Reef. We won't talk about Alpha Luigi's beautiful shot that they just gave there. I mean, but still, right? We are seeing quite a few great potential plays and strategies being brought through from the teams and the players as individuals. But look at Gaddafi just quick on the trigger, making me swallow all my words.
Yeah, and they're just saying, listen, DK, we're not done, all right? We've got a couple of surprises up our sleeves. Moving on forward, Virtual Gaming proving why they are here in the first place as Kimos just tries to make a dash for the top of Everest and... oh, just gets over the ridgeline, so they should be safe for the time being. M7MD, of course, well, looking at their current position, should be able to hopefully get that rotation in as well as one round. Well, they just let them pass through their territory. They were sitting there like, okay, we see what's happening here. We'll let you pass. We understand. You know, it's tough up in here. Sometimes we just need to respect those lines and not quite get engaged when it just is right in front of us.
Yeah, but another thing that I'm waiting for is at what point we're going to be seeing the players there from Virtual Gaming showing the same kind of performance that they had in the previous season, right? We know they are an absolutely formidable team, but they've been hiding that from us a little bit so far, right? We've not really been seeing that full-on send. I'm quite excited to see the day that when that eventually happens, but I'm sitting on the edge of my chair waiting for that to come through.
Yeah, call them out, DK. You're like, hey, come on, you won the previous. You know, you were there. You did the thing. I'll do it again. But Virtual Gaming, they stepped up in some regard. We got that fantastic winner chicken dinner from them in a very, well, I would say in a very convincing manner. We saw that very calculated approach from them and that phenomenal teamwork. I'm talking teamwork from, you know, a couple of milliseconds. They bring in nade there, bam there, shoot there, done. You know, winner chicken dinner in the bag. But we don't see that consistently from them. And I mean, we haven't really done a deep dive into Virtual Gaming to see, okay, well, it's at this point, at 5 minutes past this, it's because they did this. But overall, I do feel that it is generally coming down to those rotations that we keep seeing from them. They sort of just find themselves in the craziest cluster, right? When we look at those skittles on the map, when we look at the most insane rotation for the teams to take, Virtual Gaming more oftentimes than not within the cluster, fighting it out, duking it out, and they don't do all that bad. But perhaps that is why we don't see them transition to the later placements.
Yeah, I mean, there could be so many different factors at play right here. I mean, we're going to have to wait and see. Maybe it is just a circumstantial thing, or maybe it is, as you say, right? I'm just having a little bit of a difficulty bringing in that transition. But who's not having any difficulty with any transition whatsoever? It's going to be Virtual Gaming transitioning up onto Everest, finding that first hit right down onto was one round. It's going to be Moa to get taken down and confirmed.
Ooh.
And now Virtual Gaming going to be looking to clear up Everest and reclaim it for themselves.
Please make me eat my words. Very happy to do so. Virtual Gaming bring in the action, looking to take out one round, holding position here towards Everest. As we know, still firmly within zone. It could be a prime position depending on how that next phase shift is moving on through. So Virtual Gaming looking for that prime real estate here. Gaddafi moving up, cooking up a nice little bit of a nade. It's not going to quite reach across to Eflex's position, but definitely will provide that crosshair, provide that guidance that the Virtual Gaming team will be focusing on as Knight steps on in. Dishes out some fantastic damage, but takes some as well.
Yeah, well, you got to dish out. You got to be able to take what you dish out, right? And now it is going to be a little bit of that showdown up on Everest. But fortunately for them, they are relatively uncontested for the time being. We're not seeing anyone else really making any major rotations in their direction. That is going to allow for a little bit of a play to happen and continue up on the hillside, as we can see that zone now taking a little bit of a swing further on towards the western side. But that's now going to force the rest of the team situated on the eastern bodies to get themselves resituated and trying to find that position to lock down. Of course, I'm loving what we're seeing going through there from Mad Knight and VST a little bit more towards that southern edge. But still, one round, the Virtual Gaming still going to be keeping the pressure up.
Smoke's going out. Virtual Gaming now looking for a little bit of a retreat here, or potentially a reposition to get a better angle onto the action that one round, or the defensive line that one round are currently placing. Smoke's going to be dropping in. We see the dash. We see Zeus holding the back line, giving that covering fire. Virtual Gaming, they jump in, but Eflex just hot on the trigger, turns around with that 180 spray down and says, no, you are not pushing past me. I'm holding the line for my team. We will not crack under pressure here.
Wow, that was hella impressive to see that come through from Eflex. Of course, not out of the woods just yet, right? Still 2 players remain for Virtual Gaming as they now making a run down the hill instead of for the hill as the confirmations come through. And again, this is going to be Alpha Luigi and Zeus now looking to secure themselves a little bit of that extra longevity. Now resorting back into the compounds. And I think it's rightly so, right? Because this entire northern position is completely unpopulated.
Yeah, it's up for the grabs. Anyone can really take it. We do see Super Young Stars and potentially Slimepool KT taking a longer approach. They're closer to shooting range to get in within this northern position of the zone. Of course, a little closer to the northern Georgia Pool containers, not necessarily where Virtual Gaming find themselves, but it is a wide open opportunity for plenty of the teams to get themselves situated as we move on further through one round. Of course, still holding on to Everest. They just have to fight for it. They're happy to keep it in contention. Darkness and Arab Golden, especially Arab Golden, taking obviously a much longer approach coming through from that military-based island. I would just be a slight bit worried to see how far they push into the zone, right? If they just go to Gatka and set up, great, it's fine. No one's there. It's all right. If they try and move into center, if they do try, it is going to be so stacked.
Yeah, speaking about stacked and trying, right, it is going to be Slime 4KT and the players here from Super Young Stars now trying to get themselves stacked back up in towards the zone, moving towards those northern territories. And I was about to say that this could be quite an exciting position for either of these teams to try and occupy, but it seems like they are going to be rolling up alongside each other with Winky, of course, just, you know, just showing off a little bit there with the vehicle skills as they now continue to progress further and further into the zone. But it does seem like we are having a slight bit of a break-off, right? Slime going to be dodging straight into the zone or diverting their route right straight up in towards the zone, while the players from Super Young Stars could potentially be looking to move themselves even further up, right? Looking to get themselves much, much further towards that western positioning.
But of course, Darkness, they're following suit with Super Young Stars and Slime 4KT, so they might be that third party to really just throw everything out into the works. Not what the teams would have been expecting, but Titans, Teak, not expecting them to be going down here. Shadowwind does get a trade thanks to a helping hand here of Soul Esports, but again, this is going to be a very tough situation for Titans to try and recover Teak.
Let's see whether or not they'll be able to recover that. Axa now trying to move on forward. Again, right, that vehicle feeling a lot of pressure coming through. The smoke you see there is not due to the shots. That was instead Axa popping a quick smoke grenade there just to bring in that extra little bit of coverage. It does seem like Axa is going to succeed in bringing that race through on towards Teak, but how on earth are they going to get themselves out of this situation? Because, I mean, Legends, right? They've got that entire position under lockdown, so it's going to be quite the challenge for the players here from Titan to get themselves rotated out securely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Soul Esports and leaders that are really just holding the line for Titans. And there it is, Teak going to get re-knocked and bam, 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 bam. Are they going to get confirmed? Is the question. Axa trying to make a dash, but it's not going to be there. So unfortunately, all of that effort is for naught. And leaders, once again, still being a thorn in Titan's side. We remind ourselves that, of course, leaders were one of the teams closest to Titans in terms of eliminations yesterday, sitting on, I believe it was a 28-29 apiece. So they know how to get those eliminations. They know how to hit those shots.
They have to continue to keep up the efforts. And now, of course, speaking about shots, it is going to be Soul looking to apply a bit of that pressure down on towards Titan. B6 about to get rushed. Up comes Omar, Hemo, Rauf, all making a play for the compound. But the shots come through. It's going to be Titan Gaming to secure themselves. Let's see where they're going to be having it. It is Puncher to line it up so beautifully. Up they come, Hemo. Now trying to wait for a bit of an opportunity up on the window. It's going to be vaulting out the top end. Oh, comes in behind Axis. Succeeds in finding the spray. But now it all rides on Puncher, who drives it through in towards Hemo. And YC, way off in the distance, not going to be able to bring any assistance forward for the team.
Yeah, so Esports moved into that compound. Unfortunately, didn't spot the positioning that Titans are holding. So a bit of that bait and switch moves on in, and Titans, they find themselves some great eliminations. But now, as you said, not out of the woods. They're out in the zone, and recovery needs to happen here. They've already lost Teak. They do not want to lose any more numbers before they even find themselves in that crazy cluster of that northern zone shift. But of course, YC here, the last remaining member of Soul Esports, a little bit salty. Wants to make sure the Titans, they don't make it into the zone.
Yeah, but I mean, at what cost, right? It is going to be a very costly position as they do lose YC in the standoff there. But now, Titan and the players from leaders need to get themselves back in towards that zone, right? It's not worth the damage coming through here, but it could be worth the effort, though, for Morteza to just find an extra bit of a spray alongside Wasted. Oh, but they need to be careful because there is another vehicle rolling up as well.
Oh, moving on through leaders, Esports now having to make their own dash for safety. And they will be taking a little bit more of that direct approach, heading straight in north towards potentially Hospital. Oh, Puncher! Oh, no. That 1 HP. My anxiety levels are not at a good point, but Titans, they just narrowly, and I mean narrowly, make it into the next phase. We'll have to see how they're going to take that rotation further and if they'll be able to pick up their teammates. I'm not too sure about that one. Blackjack Esports and VST now holding these beautiful areas here towards Georgia Pool. And they have an opportunity to take this even further because that elevation is going to provide a great line of sight for the teams moving in.
Yeah, it is going to be a great line of sight indeed. But now look at this, right? E-Flex jumping at the opportunity, trying to find those sprays up into with Blackjack. But still a very contentious position. We got Zero Tolerance also just holding on to that southern angle. So wherever they go, they are going to be met with a bit of that opposition. But VSD, Mad Knight also in the swing of things. And I'm loving this kind of position the teams find themselves in. Of course, that blue zone is going to be moving forward. And that's going to be applying even more pressure on them. Darkness, however, going to be looking to get themselves set up over on towards this western side. Doing their due diligence, trying to scope up into the building. Looking for a few of those pixels out of place. But the danger of that is once you spot the pixels usually tend to spot you as well.
Absolutely, they do. And they're not going to be looking to, well, give you that edge, give you that opportunity to leave. Leaders Esports, unfortunately, couldn't make the dash into the zone without some danger, so they do go down. And VST now under the pressure here. I love this from Darkness. They are looking so confident moving into this, happy to start picking up any and every possible opportunity. Those pixels, DK, they are hunting for those pixels.
Oh, yes. And I was just about to say that Darkness are looking so much more improved in comparison to what we had coming through on that very first match. But, you know, there's still quite a long way to go. We still have 13 teams alive moving into this phase. So nothing has been secured just yet. But definitely got to be hoping, at least for the sake of Darkness, that they can secure themselves a strong finish moving through into this game. Now, VST focusing their efforts a little bit more on towards the eastern position, making their way through the buildings, trying to get themselves lined up. But again, they can't venture out too far because they still need to work through the potential threat coming through there from one round. And Blackjack, we have situated right there alongside them. But again, right, still quite a bit of excitement yet to come through as the teams are waiting to see where this next phase is going to be taking them.
Moving on through Myths, of course, trying to recover their losses here, at least in terms of HP losses. But they should be fine for the time being as the teams are still taking up position. We can get a great view of this location. This Georgia Pool container towards the southern portion is really stacked with teams. As you know, some have already made some great movements. Titans, great to see them still up in the action, of course, as we wait to see what that next zone shift is going to be pulling. You know, is it going to be favoring some of the teams such as Zero Tolerance and Arab Golden, or are we going to be focusing either towards the west or eastern portion of what Georgia Pool containers we have left, or potentially the apartments? And now, DK, it is going to be that question. Who is going to be zone blessed first today on Erangel?
Well, there we have our answer. Nobody, right? Nobody. It's a fair slice across the board. Everybody gets a slice. Everybody gets a piece. Well, most of the teams get a piece. We are yet to see what Darkness, VST, and the teams on those outlying regions are going to be bringing on forward. But as we jump over on towards Titans, we can see they're keeping a very watchful eye, situated towards the northern edge. Waiting for a bit of an opportunity to play here, but no one in the immediate area for them to really turn too much attention towards. It is going to be a slow, steady approach coming through, especially looking on this western side, right? Heavily congested, but I'm leaning a little bit more towards that southern edge because C Plaza already situated off in the distance, looking to gain a bit of ground moving in.
And as they take that ground, of course, they do need to keep in mind that there's a lot of teams already setting themselves up. I mean, Myth just up ahead of Plaza holding that angle. Vivo now picking apart Arab Golden as they try and move themselves into that southern portion of the zone. And Atleno making a dash for safety, but not without its dangers. Of course, the Valley of Danger has returned, and this time it's in the form of Georgia Pool. Now, taking a look at this Darkness, they unfortunately have to make a dash right past VST, who they've been picking a fight with consistently. And they're not making this a very sneaky approach.
Yeah, but a great time shot there coming through from Atleno. Now going to be jumping at the opportunity as Azal pushes on forward, but they yeet out into the drink. A little bit of a saving grace right then and there, but up comes Ghost trying to lock in that jump shot. Atleno is going to duck back into the safety of the hard cover. But this is an opportunity for Ghost to push further and further forward, looking to regain a bit of the ground here. But Atleno is still going to be posing quite a bit of a threat.
Oh no, absolutely. It's not going to top anytime soon, as they know they've been getting bullied up until this point. So they want to, dish a little bit of that same medicine back to Darkness as it's a Abood moves on forward. Of course, danger right around the corner, has to be ready for this one. At least the knock comes through. But now, 1 round still in contention. E-Flex looking for an angle here, potentially an opportunity to get that res on through. But VST, they are moving in and closing the gap.
Ooh, this could be that opportunity, right? 1 round just looking to capitalize. But now as we jump onto 0 tolerance, it's going to be Arab Golden rushing forward, looking for the opportunity. And it's going to be Lord to fall next. Arab Golden, great show of aggression moving forward here. But Skydo, Paradox, the final contenders left to close it up. Ooh, Skydo finds a nice little bit of a strafe shot there. Is that going to be sufficient? Angelo, the final player standing between them, and that potential play moving into the next phase. Spots a bit of an opportunity, but it's going to be Paradox. Just continuing on with the effort. Not going to be moving in just yet. Instead, takes a quick bit of a breather there before continuing the assault. Oh, finds the confirmation. It's going to be Ilias to get sent off. Up comes the dash. There's going to be a chase around the box. Who will be able to get it? Atlano falls as Paradox locks it in, and off they go. Down to our final 10 teams.
Oh, but it's not over just yet. Blackjack Esports now making a dash into the finish, potentially, of 1 round Esports to send them back into the lobby. E-Flex still trying to apply some pressure, but getting that nade right on their heel as Zane moves around the corner, looks for the confirmation, and boom, it's just boxes all the way, and 1 round back into the lobby. You've got a handful of teams down to 1 member remaining, like Titan Esports, who somehow take out the remainder of virtual gaming. But still, 8 teams left. And this final action is going to be focusing on the teams who have the better numbers. It's Legends of War, Myth, Blackjack Esports. They hold some great opportunity here.
Yeah, they definitely do. I'm not even going to touch on the amount of eliminations we see alongside their name. I don't want to jinx anything, right? But we are going to be looking to see what the teams on this western side will be having up their sleeves. It's going to be Super Young Stars trying to find a bit of a play here. Darkness still in the mix. We can see Zazals holding on that very edge. But now Paradox is going to be falling to the sprays there from Plaza all the way from that southern position. So quite the range being locked in. But now the pressure rides on the players here from Blackjack to get themselves secured over on towards the western edge. Meanwhile, Legends of War up close and personal to Myth. Ramsey, Moment, and Allah, they mean business. They got to be moving up, showing quite a bit of aggression. Out comes the mollies. It's going to be up to Lasher now to send one up in response. Finds the knock, and down goes Ramsey. Moment, the final hopeful left for the side of Myth. Looking to see if they can piece this back together. I'm loving this rise of Legends of War.
Absolutely. Move this on forward. Let's close this one up. Legends of War on the cusp of picking up something beautiful, but Moment not going to be stepping down anytime soon. Lashin making a jump for it, quite literally, but Moment too hot on the trigger, going prone and making it happen as they now have an opportunity to at least get Ramsey up alongside them. Moving on forward, of course, the next competitor they need to worry about is going to be Blackjack Esports, just purely based off numbers, but Super Young Stars much closer to them and much more of an immediate threat.
Yeah, but still, neither team really having the advantage at this point in time. We are seeing rather players there from Slime 4KT also now getting sent off down to the final 5 teams we are. And Blackjack holding on to quite a bit of a elevated position here. Titan also still in the mix. We can see Axa perch up high. But there's going to be an opportunity for Blackjack now to push forward with the momentum. Looking to see how much ground they can gain and maybe even recover in the same process. But it's going to be Axa now looking to rain down a few of those nades onto the opposition. But again, Axa, the only player pretty much situated up in towards the zone, 4 meters away, but not a clear rotational way to get themselves secured into that zone.
And meanwhile, Blackjack Esports, they have quite a bit more distance to cover, and they will have to do that out in the open. It's both Axa and Zala that really does pose quite a bit of an issue for them. Should they descend from that ridgeline, they put themselves in the open. They put themselves in harm's way. Now Myth, now Axa, they are looking to apply the pressure here as Myth move on into the zone, and Super Young Stars just behind them might move on through just using the containers as cover necessary to get themselves closer.
You know, very exposed position now coming through here for Blackjack. I mean, especially looking at Axe's kind of whereabouts. But up they come, making quick dash for it. It's going to be Darkness also trying to just leapfrog themselves on through. MG, meanwhile, will get traded on down as AXA is not done just yet. But up comes the quick reposition. Spots our darkness. Off they go. And a much improved position coming in. Of course, Phoenix is the final remaining hopeful now for the side here of Blackjack. But still, quite a few players to go up against. There is Myth as well as Super Young Stars moving through from that eastern position.
Moving on through, and AXA still keeping their head on a swivel, moving in for some great eliminations, just helping to just build that gap that Titans are trying to hold on to. Phoenix out in the smoke. AXA, I don't know if they're going to be able to see them making quite a bit of a leap. Should be able to just get that perfect angle into the zone now. We've got Super Young Stars, we've got Myth holding the line and looking to find each other.
Oh, but up comes the sprays. It is moment to fall, but unfortunately it is... Oh, just the Super Young Stars getting a little bit too eager for those eliminations, and down they go. Phoenix getting spotted out as well as AXA just rains down even more of a spray down, and off they are, right? Down to the final teams. It is going to be Ramsey up against AXA to face off for that winner chicken dinner. Could this be yet another chicken dinner for Myth? Or could it be the chicken dinner locked in for Titan? Either way, these teams are looking quite formidable. It could be the 4th chicken dinner for Myth in this week. Or it could be the 7th winner chicken dinner coming through for Titan. We are yet to see which team will be the one to walk away with that chicken. But either which way, I'm pretty sure these teams are pretty stuffed.
Oh, yes, a lot of chicken in the mix here for the menus. But as we know, AXA, a formidable opponent. It's up to Ramsey now to hold the line here. Should they be able to make this happen, they can actually stop Titans from building this gap. Because Titans now in danger of making sure no one is going to take that first place finish for them for today.
Yeah, definitely in a great potential angle right here. Let's see whether or not it's going to be on the cards. Ramsey not having a lot of options with regards to positioning. Oh, no. Fortunately for Ramsey, that nade really not going where it was supposed to. Oh, but they get spotted, and AXA drives it through. It is going to be the 7th winner chicken dinner for Titan Gaming as they walk away with 8 eliminations. Wow, to their name. And 1,118 damage being dealt. Or was it 1,823? Whichever way, still some pretty impressive numbers to see.
Yeah, I'll leave you to read those numbers. They are looking quite confusing to me myself. But fantastic work here from Titans to pick up the 7th, really? The 7th winner chicken dinner in a single week.
Yes, only for this week, right? In total, that is, of course, then their 10th winner chicken dinner so far for this season of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Full Split.
I love it. Double digits coming through here for Titans. And again, going to show the insanely dominating performance that they started with in Phase 2. And we saw that starting within, Phase 1. We were like, wow, blown away that this new team is jumping on in. And all of a sudden, they are just starting to take some names. But it wasn't to the level of some of the other teams like 1 Million who started it out. And Slime 4KT, of course. But now Titans have made Phase 2 all about them. Moving through and looking like no one is going to catch up to them whatsoever. They're not done winning just yet.
Yeah, definitely not done just yet. But we did see a beautiful rise coming through there from Myth as well, right? Hitting those double-digit eliminations in the past game. But again, Blackjack also doubling down on their performances. Coming so close to securing yet another glorious finish. And in fact, I believe this was also a very, very satisfying performance, regardless of whether or not they got that winner chicken dinner or not. But right, this is what we want to see. Teams rising to the occasion, trying to acquire as many points as they can, and really showcasing their talents as they progress through these maps.
Absolutely. As we take a look at it, it has been such a good performance from these teams. It's almost as if they completely changed the energy that they brought into this week compared to last week.
Yeah, speaking about the energy, it is, of course, time for us to give a big thank you, a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And aside from Monster, also much love going out to Oppo. So, born to win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Reno 7 series. Now, as we've seen that gamer mode being switched on once again as the players from Titan stepped on forward, we did see that monstrous performance coming through from Myth and Blackjack. But of course, we need to take a look and see how that then reflects over in our match rankings.
Our Titans picking up those 23 points tied alongside Team Myth, who picked up the double eliminations alongside Blackjack Esports. So, hello. Okay, wait, there's a lot to break down here. So, Myth picking up 2 winner chicken dinners into yesterday already saw them making a massive jump up into 6th place just from yesterday's games. Now, Blackjack Esports, with the start they brought in today, and I said if they keep this up, we could be looking at them actually breaking in to the top 12.
Yeah, I mean, an emphasis on breaking into the top 12, right? As we know, they started the day off a little bit further down the board, but, you know, a valiant, insane effort being brought through here by them. And I think, at least for now, it could potentially have been enough. We'll, of course, have to get our confirmation once we take a look at the overall rankings a little bit later on. But, you know, really, really satisfying plays coming through. I mean, Slime locking in those 7 points. Darkness stepping it up, right? I was asking for a bit of an improvement coming through from them, and they delivered, stepping in, not finding eliminations, but at least securing themselves placement points. And you know, I'm not gonna be too picky as to how they find those points. Points are points at the end of the day, and of course we can see quite an interesting positional thing coming through on the second page. Virtual Gaming, 1 round, Arab Golden, and VST all locking in 4 points with 3 eliminations each.
Oh, love to see that coming on through. Of course, a little bit more healthy than what we saw yesterday with those top heavy games where our top 3, 4, 5 teams were just taking all of the eliminations and leaving none for the rest of the squads. But great to see there's some good activity moving even on this side of the page. Again, at this point, any points really do make a difference because it's been so close and so close ever still. But of course, we know that is only Erangel. We still have, well, what? We've got 2 maps that we've done. We've got 3 more that they still have to play. And then potentially Livik. And who's going to be in Livik, we still don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be quite an exciting one as we can see, right? Everyone's stepping up, trying to be in that top 12 once again. So some very, very exciting performances coming in across the board. But I mean, that's kind of what we were expecting today, right? We wanted to see these upsets. We wanted to see teams really stepping up and shining. And I mean, Blackjack coming close to replicating the efforts yet again. But as we are getting closer, moving towards our next map, this is where we know that we are going to be having yet another group sitting out for the action, right? That is going to be the players there from Group C that will be saying goodbye for just a quick match. But, of course, we have a few of our highlights from the past match, just to remind you of those few glorious moments.
And it started off with a bit of a Tokyo Drift moment here. Slime 4KT taking that hunt for Super Young Stars, which left Super Young Stars to just work with 2 members for the start of Erangel. Just what a start. But Virtual Gaming, they also stayed very, very nicely active. They picked up some great eliminations. They tried to take that even further to 1 round, but as we saw, there was just such a beautiful response from 1 round to make sure that they're locking down Everest.
But I mean, we've got to commend the players there from Super Young Stars, right? Even though they lost their 2 players in that early stage of the game, they were still able to survive all the way through to the very finish. In fact, ending up in 4th place overall, right? So even though you lose 2 players in the early stages of the game, that is not the end all and be all of the remaining performance that your team can still secure to bring forward. So absolutely phenomenal stuff as the teams are just showing and showcasing their talents out on the battlefield once more. But I mean, what are we looking at moving through in towards our next Miramar game, right? This is going to be our final Miramar for the week, the last one.
It's going to be a tough one. And don't worry, DK, I will keep you waiting as we go to a short break, just to rest our voices and to allow me to actually think about that question. So we'll be right back after a short few minutes.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
The same way I do. As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I'll hold back. I'll hold back. I won't hold back, 'cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, we just came back from our second match in which we saw the players from Titan Gaming securing their 10th winner chicken dinner in this season. Absolutely insane. Of course, that was number 7 for the second week. But now, as we move back over in towards Miramar, we get to see what the teams are going to be bringing forward once again, right? The players there from Group D are going to be joining us as we take a quick look at that schedule. We can see there's Group C sitting out for match number 3. So quite a bit of excitement yet to come onto the battlefield once again. And of course, we know the teams situated over in towards that Group C are the teams none other than Arab Golden, Leaders Esports, Soul Esports, and of course Zero Tolerance Skills. We are going to be seeing that once we move into the game. And of course, speaking of which, no time to waste. We are going to be jumping straight in to see what action lies ahead as we make our way through and try to figure out where this flight path is. Well, it's on Miramar, that is for certain, but we can see the lovely trailer park and the crater fields just off to the side as the plane progresses further and further onwards, of course, pulling all the way through up towards Impala. So, a beautiful, glorious flight path, right? Rather centralized, but it's going to be a bit of a set out for Leaders, Soul Esports, Zero Tolerance, and Arab Golden, as I mentioned just a few mere moments ago.
And 1 million should be quite happy with themselves, of course. Just immediate drop over into Al Pozo, their normal preferred location. Of course, we take a look. Unfortunately, the Zero Tolerance not on this map, as you've mentioned, so they don't get to go to Trailer Park or don't get to go and take an easy way to Trailer Park. But there are a few other teams that will, you know, cover themselves and take the position up for themselves. But as we take a look at some of the other teams, I mean, nothing too crazy in terms of, you know, positions. But of course, that zone could make all the worlds of difference.
Well, and the Trader Park, right? We are seeing a little bit of action already over on towards that far eastern side. It's so much so that we don't really see it just yet. But we did see a little bit of the screen lighting up over on towards that western edge. Be interesting to see who we have in those altercations over on that side. But for the meantime, we'll enjoy our top players right here, which is pretty much dominated by the side of Titan. And one thing I did notice, right, is with that winner chicken dinner, number 10 coming through for Titan Gaming, number 7 for this week, that means that they are now 98 points ahead of 1 million. And while we process that, we will take a look at our flight path and our zone sitting all the way over on towards that western side. Quite a few teams already breathing a slight sigh of relief as they don't have to move too far to get themselves situated. But of course, Myth, they're going to be smiling all the way till next Tuesday as we can see them finding a very, very zone-blessed position. And as we did see, it was one of the TEAMLAG players that got taken down in that extra bit of an altercation over on towards the edge. And of course, they joined in the action right here by none other than, I believe, the players from Titan.
Yeah, who honestly have secured themselves that first place finish. At this point in time, I don't see how 1 million can pick up 98 points in the matches they have left today. Again, they've picked up 100 points before, but that was from, you know, them starting out with that phenomenal performances right from our first map. And now sitting on our third, well, who knows? Maybe they started here. Maybe the action comes through. Maybe they pick up 30 plus points a game, then they just completely prove me wrong and I can just sit here with my mouth closed. But who knows? For now, I don't think that's going to happen. As we take a look at the rest of the teams, Myth, as you said, centered zone quite happily, very, very content with their position, and a few of the teams as well. Still waiting to see who's our mystery team there towards Trailer Park, because I still can't tell.
Oh, we just saw them. It was Lag and Titan.
It was Lag.
And Titan.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
It was 5
yeah.
seconds ago, and it's still in
Yes. Quick fast, right? Quick fast. But in the
Too quick.
meanwhile, we're going to be moving into a place that we can actually see on the map, up in towards Picado. It's going to be none other than Mad Knight moving around, doing their business. And of course, we've got the players there from Triple Esports, just situated on the hilltop beside them, but all the way over in towards Pozzo. That's where we see the players from 1 million, right? Not having a care in the world, at least for the time being. But that could potentially maybe be somewhat short-lived, as we are seeing the players from Lag starting to rotate up as well. But it doesn't seem like Lag is going to be committing to pulling up in towards Pozzo, at least not for now, but it all can of course change.
Absolutely. As we move into some of the positions that these teams do hold, what I find interesting is the split that Super Young Stars actually do hold. They've got 2 towards Al Azahar, 2 towards Campo Militar. So they're holding, not a dangerous position for the time being, right? It's not a worrisome position because we don't have a lot of teams venturing to that northeastern portion of the zone quite yet at this point in time, because, well, Zero Tolerance is not here for that alternative drop site, so they should be fine. It's one round is the closest to them, and they're all the way into Cruz del Fall, so not a worrisome position. I'm just curious to see how Super Young Stars are going to transition that later on and where they're going to make that regroup happen.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it could happen soon. Maybe it could happen much later on. We don't really know. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled to see where the teams will be going towards. But what we do know is that the players here from Desert Flame, they're not going to be hanging around in San Martin for all too long. As we can see that that extra little bit of a push now coming through, trying to see if they can get themselves situated closer towards center zone. And that's where Myth are going to be smiling, right? Because they're going to have a few visitors joining them in that more centered position. But again, let's see how this one unfolds then, as it is the players from Triple Esports also just, keeping a little bit of overwatch. Not going to be pushing up unnecessarily, but I'm pretty sure that Darkness at this point in time also feel a lot more relieved, right? Because they're completely and utterly uncontested up in towards Impala.
Yeah, I mean, if we draw a line on the eastern portion of the zone, it's again Super Young Stars up there towards Al Hazahar and Darkness. That's it. That is literally all that they need to worry about, and Super Young Stars not going to be venturing into this position anytime soon. Of course, towards the center of the zone, we've got Myth, we've got Desert Flame, we've got Triple Esports, we've got Wave Esports moving in as well, Legends of War moving in as okay, again, just take your pick. Everyone is joining in on the craziness there towards La Bandita, so a potential for some really interesting opportunities for teams to pick up some of those eliminations.
Yeah, there's going to be several opportunities for these teams. Well, there are going to be several opportunities, rather. Let me grammar properly. But here we go, right? Myth now. Moment about to face off. Very isolated. Up comes Blackjack. Could this be on the books? Oh, Moment. Finding a beautiful spray down. DWAS now quickly having to rethink that approach. Flacco also going to be falling. Six now steps up, closing that one off. But what a glorious defensive play that was coming through from Moment. But they have to be quick, because up comes Farok, and the party shall just continue.
Yeah, Myth very scattered at the moment. As we saw, Moment was alone. Farok also a little bit further off, but at least in the better position to get this regroup going. But as we know, it's still a 2-on-4 scenario until the rest of Myth join up and bring the backup.
Oh, Farok, that was the easy one as DWAS steps up. Farok getting caught out. in the air. Up comes the rest of the team now. It is going to be Broly, but the team was putting quite a few hits up into that vehicle. Of course, secures that confirmation. But now it turns to Ramsey and Broly, right? We did see that really strong performance coming through from Ramsey already today. Maybe this could be a continuation of that.
Could be the opportunity. Unfortunately for Myth at this point in time, in terms of numbers, they are going to be left to 2 and not really an opportunity to gain that back as the confirmations have come through. Desert Flame very happy to pick up those 2 eliminations and to hold this position. So Myth looking for that disengagement and moving up a little bit closer to potentially Junkyard or just adjacent to Junkyard. Looking at the rest of the squads, however, I am still worried for Broly because they still need to make that dash right past Desert Flame. Hopefully Ramsey can maybe set themselves up, provide that covering fire. But of course, they have moved up right alongside Wave Esports. So again, it is Miramar. So as we close this up, it's going to be a battle all the way to the finish.
You would expect on a large map like this that there is going to be a little bit of moving room, right, for these teams to get themselves situated, but that's not the case. Wherever you go, there is someone right there to remind you that you need to be very, very careful as to how you take your rotations and your approaches. And of course, just to emphasize that a little bit more, we take a look at that map feed as well, right? Lag going to be pushing along that southern edge, quite a distance away from where we see Titans. But of course, VST also on the approach. Virtual Gaming situated towards that southern edge. But looking at what we have, Center Zone, I'm pretty sure that triple, Slime 4KT, Wave, Myth, Desert Flame, everyone we have in that cluster are going to be pretty well sorted once this next zone pops. And there we have our answer. It is a 100% yes. Again, right? Succeeding in my prediction.
Hey, the only caster here that can do predictions, because if I do them, I just bring curses. So I don't want to curse anyone right now. They have been fighting so hard in this phase. I will keep my mouth shut. But as we take a look at this, of course, center zone looking quite clustered. We've got Myth, we've got Wave, we've got Desert Flame holding a prime position within center zone. So curious to see how they can turn this around into their favor. VST, of course, moving on in from this western approach. We know Titans just behind them, right? But are they going to catch up, and are they actually going to be able to get into an engagement is the question, as VST do make a little bit more of a, well, a stunted approach as they're trying to stop, to get some meds, maybe pick up some ammo. They're not making a straight dash into the craziness.
But I think that's a respectable approach, because they're letting the teams further up ahead instead kind of, thin themselves out. So that once they roll on through, it could be a little bit more of a comfortable situation, right? Not having to pull into such a crazy mess of teams situated ahead of them. But again, it is somewhat of a challenge as the teams are now trying to secure their rotational pathways. I mean, Slime, even though they're coming through from the northern territories, they still have a bit of opposition here, right? We got one round right alongside them. And as we move a little bit further on towards that southwestern side, it's going to be Legends of War waiting patiently to see where the beast from Mad Knight is going to be moving towards.
Ooh, very curious positions. As we can see, Mad Knight, a lot of pressure on their shoulders if they want to move up forward. So Beast now just acting as the scout, right? The forward approach from Mad Knight to get that information so they know where is safe, where is not safe, and how they can move on forward. Of course, they're not in a rush to make anything happen just yet. They are within zone. They do have some good cover here. 1 million will be making that approach just past them, so I don't think they should get that immediate engagement. Hopefully a little bit of breathing room for them as they move on forward. But Marshall, this looks like they've spotted out something one way or another.
Yeah, one way or another, they are going to find them. They're going to get them. But let's see how this goes. A little bit of a twist right there, as we can see Marshall now putting up on the high ground. Kingerman, Wiskola, potentially looking right down on towards them. But not hitting those hearts just yet, right? Instead, Mad Knight taking a little bit of a more scattered approach here. We got ammo win within the safety of the rest of the team. But Marshall is going to be looking to apply a little bit more of that pressure, while the rest of the team decides where they're going to be looking to rotate towards. And maybe we could see them actually going for that more southern approach instead.
Could be the opportunity, could be the possibility. But of course, we know there's still a few teams that have to join in. Titans and Lag still making their approach. And Lag has made the craziest rotation. They're coming in from Puerto. all the way into the zone. So they've really put on the moves to be able to make this happen from their starting point all the way to here. Titans now joining just alongside Virtual Gaming, of course. We know they might be just taking their time. They can still situate themselves up within Los Leones in those compounds, still have some breathing room and wait to see where that next zone shift will bring themselves into. But of course, right on top of Creative Fields. Well,
Yes.
closer to Creative Fields.
Yeah, I mean, La Bendita Graveyard, a little bit of action. I mean, Greater Fields is a little bit more towards that western side.
It looks
outside in
like
the
a
blue.
crater.
Yes,
Okay.
it is a crater, and there are a few fields in the vicinity, so
Yes,
sure.
yes,
It's
yes,
the
yes,
other greater field, so
Yeah, my brain.
it is going to be the teams now looking to see what they can piece together as Slime for KT comes in with their approach towards the zone
but
itself.
okay,
Wow.
Moving on into this
There
action.
we go.
This
It's
is going to be a tough
Moha
opportunity
to
for them
find that
because
hit right up
Slime
into
for KT.
Koa. And now Bronto could
Oh,
maybe fall
that was weird.
victim as
Aye.
well.
Continue.
But they're not going to be letting that come in their way just yet. Meanwhile, a slow, steady approach between one round and Slime for KT. Let's see where they're going to be able to get this one secured, right? Moving back and forth, up and down they go. But everyone just trying to find those more opportune angles to get secured. Chico now cooking up a bit of a utility there. They're getting ready to send it out, but instead receives one in response. It's going to be Broly, as we can see the feet just lighting it up, but up comes Pronto, turning their attention onto one round. Knight also with a quick response, but instead finds the knock. Down they go, and it's going to be quite a bit of pressure now coming through onto with Slime as Plaza comes in to try and close that one up. But as they keep on pushing forward with the effort here.
Yeah, moving on through into this one. Slime for KT now holding the line, cooking up a nice little bit of a nade, hoping the connection is going to be there. Taking that run around into the zone. You see Knight now under the pressure here as the connection is there. Storm and the rest are just moving on in. They are looking for the damage. And so far, DK, they are dishing it out quite consistently. But Storm, just barely gets those heals on in as they try and get themselves closer situated into safety.
Yeah, but this blue zone that is now caught up to them is going to be applying quite a bit of pressure on their performances here. So essentially, they have to try and prioritize getting themselves a little bit more better secured. But here we have it. The angles coming through from Storm. Trying to reach up into Moha and Chico. The rest of the team from one round also yet to see where they're going to be going. Of course, they are down to 3 players. But it does seem like eFlex is not going to be sticking around for too much longer. Instead, going to be pushing towards that zone, looking to get the team that extra bit of security, at least for the time being. But it is only third phase blue, so it's not going to be doing too much damage to them. But now, as we look to the situation further down in the zone itself, right? We've got the team still trying to play out the angles here, right? Titan trying to see if they can make any substantial gains coming through, but it's going to be Virtual Gaming running up behind them. And of course, the players from VST positioned just up ahead. And now as we wait in anticipation to see where this next zone is going, I can feel that same anticipation going through on the players themselves.
Absolutely. Wave Esports now, Desert Flame, Triple Esports, and a little bit of Myth, of course, are going to be joining us as the first teams within zone, quite happily holding their positions and seeing where the rest of the teams will look to situate themselves. Moving on forward, we know there's quite a cluster of teams from that southwestern position, that southern eastern position. I mean, hey, even the northern eastern positions, these teams are going to be moving in, are going to be quite congested, just trying to find themselves an angle into zone.
Yeah, and those angles are going to be absolutely key at this point. I'm expecting Mad Knight just to get themselves to that northeastern edge of the crater, right? That would make a lot of sense based on where they are currently positioned. But of course, Darkness are going to be taking aim. VST taking aim right here down on towards Titan. And I'm loving that the fact that the teams are really making it so contentious, right? No one really having that clear rotational pathway. We got Zuxi, of course, stepping up to greet Titans hands on. Cooking up a few of the grenades, looking to send them over. Tries to find a bit of a reach, but doesn't make it all the way on through just yet. Axa, going to be quite a formidable force to go up against, but let's see where those utilities rain on down. VSC trying to find a bit of that wrap around approach, as we do have Atleno now coming in with a bit of a sneaky approach here.
Oh, moving in with those nades. Puncher is going to be that connection. So Titans, they've got their work cut out for them, especially Teak and Axa, who have to take this rotation around, trying to find an angle onto Atleno, but they're just keeping themselves active. They're just keeping themselves mobile.
Well, this could be the rise of glory for VST as they are applying quite a bit of pressure down on towards Titan. It is going to be up to Teak and AXA to lock it down. But up comes that Leno. Beautiful strategic play coming through, of course. Now, the utilities are going to be raining through once again. AXA now uses the opportunity to get themselves repositioned, but Teak not looking so favorable right here. Up comes the push. They are in that party bus. And that is going to allow a lot of opportunity to come through. But it's going to be Teak now. Oh, to get knocked on down at Leno. Secures yet another lock and confirmation. And now it all turns to AXA to bring in that survivability as they look to push further and further up in towards the zone. Pulling it alongside Darkness, Triple, Desert Flame. And then, of course, the players there from Blackjack as well.
Oh, take your pick. Anyone can get involved. They just see a lone vehicle riding up right in between all of these teams. Taking a couple of shots. We'll have to wait and see if AXA does survive this rotation just on the edge. I think they might have made it just barely. But the rest of the teams, of course, finding themselves quite happily situated. It's Virtual Gaming and Mad Knight just on the outer reaches that are still fighting for a position into zone.
Well, there we go. Titans do fall. And now, one round, Super Young Stars continue to try and apply the pressure on each other. Again, we're still waiting to see where this next zone will be taking us. And that's not going to be bothering them all too much just yet. But now, it is going to be Chico Moha holding on the one side with Eflex trying to bring in that additional coverage. But Eflex succeeds in sending a phenomenal nade across. Gets that knock on towards Winky. And now the rest of the team will push right on forward. Let's see, is this going to be the opportunity for one round now to get this angle locked on through? Picking up those eliminations. Zerif going to try and quickly tend to Winky there, trying to bring them back on up. It is a little bit of a position there, also being held by Messi just on the back end. But it's going to be a rain down of terror as the Super Young Stars fall left, right, and center. And it all now rides purely on Messi to survive the onslaught.
Taking a look at this now, one round, of course, making their own dash. 1 million in the meanwhile have finally found that answer to Mad Knight, and they are seemingly moving right past their situation into a potential of glory here. Super Young Stars taking a rotation of their own, trying to get into safety, but Seraph just not making that final push. Now, in the meanwhile, it's still Arrowin here for Mad Knight, dealing with the onslaught from 1 million.
Well, they were, right? Just getting eliminated as 1 million lock in yet another point. And now they look to show their dominance moving through on the southern edge of the zone. But it is going to be VST looking to put a bit of a halt to that. We got the players there from Legends of War also just on the opposite end of that crater. Let's see where this altercation will go as VST and 1 million continue to do the dance around the rocks. Hoping for those more phenomenal angles to come in. But look at that. Lazy Boy also not getting traded on down. It is now down to only Venom and Senke. The remaining hopefuls coming through for the side here. Well, Marshall also still there for the side of 1 million. Looking to see if they can now assert that position.
Atlanta moving on closer, looking for that information. It's Abood and Fever making a rotation to get themselves better situated within the zone. As we know, this could be highly contentious as Ramsey moves on in, but straight into the crosshair of Senke because, well, there's just quite frankly not a lot of space to work with.
Yeah, no space at all. We got Ramsey super low on that health bar as well, just trying to batch that one up. But it's going to be 1 million now looking to just play the position even more so. Legends of War riding on the edge, quite a beautiful position they have down on towards VST and 1 million, but it's all going to come down to how they are able to capitalize on that particular position, right? There's a Flame also just up ahead, could be opening up a few opportunities here as they are situated smack dab center zone. But Darkness also now in the fray up ahead, feeling a lot of the pressure coming through. Blackjack getting eliminated alongside the players there from Triple Esports. And you can see those shots raining in from Legends of War, trying to open up a bit of a pathway before rotating forward.
Taking at this now. Legends of War. Oh, prime positioning there to Darkness. And what a cleanup. Lashin steps on in and decides that it's the end of the road for Darkness.
Wow, Lashin with one shot. That was it. Just one beautiful hit is all you need to get a full squad wipe locked in for your team. But Desert Flame still going to be looking to keep that fire burning as they are now still slightly zone blessed. The only team, in fact, situated within the zone. VSC now feeling the pressure come through as they also experience quite a few losses. Vivo will be their final remaining hopeful. It's going to be up to Wave and 1 million on the very edge of zone. So look to see who will be the team to rotate up next and whether, in fact, anybody is going to be rotating in from this western position. But of course, Legends of War now in a beautiful angle, right? They have a clear line of rotation right back in towards the zones. We can see Flick already starting to make that push. But Wave trying to do the due diligence, not going to be just rushing up unnecessarily.
And as we saw just for a moment there, it is one round. The current elimination leaders out in the north trying to fight their way into zone. But if it's not enough, they're already fighting Desert Flame Esports. Of course, Wave is going to get involved. Maybe even Legends of War as they move into the southern part of the zone. As you see, one round, they have made quite the explosive entry into this one singular compound. But of course, they still need to move just a hair in to zone into safety before Desert Flame will completely take control and just hold this line.
But if there was ever an opportunity for Desert Flame to secure themselves a glorious chicken, right, this could be exactly that game. But it's all going to come riding on how they perform and how they are able to lock down the zone. Meanwhile, it is going to be Venom to fall there for 1 million. Off they go down to the final 5 teams. We are Wave still trying to find a bit of a play to be made. Vivo going to be holding on for the side of VST, as you can see, just situated still up in that crater. But I'm loving the confidence coming through here from Legends of War. Really asserting themselves onto that southern position and just laying waste to anything that moves up ahead.
Oh yes, absolutely. And we've seen one of these positions before for Desert Flame. Wave Esports, unfortunately, trying to make a quick dash into safety, but Six got just ready on the trigger.
Oh, this is going to be a beautiful play. You can see DWAS now picking up Yusuf. And all that comes down to the final contender. D3S sends out a quick bit of a nade. Trying to clear up the position here, but up comes Desert Flame. It's going to be Flacco to rush on forward. D3S getting rushed by DWAS. And down they go. Wave getting sent off. Desert Flame now sitting on 8 eliminations. What a glorious run we're seeing coming from them. But of course, one round. Still in contention, not going to be backing off just yet. Instead, taking aim over at Fever there from VST, perched on high. But our final 3 teams, mainly positioned up in towards the zone. It is going to come down to those utilities and the positions being utilized.
As we know, Desert Flame, one round is their closest competitor, is their closest threat, but VST, well, Legends of War, sorry, is still lurking in and around the vicinity, still yet to find their position in zone. As Desert Flame, once again, they hold prime position in the zone, they hold the compound, they hold one of the only pieces of hard cover to really work with and you really be able to capitalize. So Eflex and Chico, they need to make a dash in. Legends of War, they need to make a dash into safety.
Well, let's see where this one goes, right? It is going to be that final showdown. Desert Flame, they've got a very controlling position coming into the zone. But of course, oh, the nades from DWAS just on point, picking up Eflex. And now Chico having to try and patch that one up. But Legends of War still holding onto that southern position. Slowly moving their way on forward. But DWAS now, they want that extra bit of security. They want to put all their focus on what is up ahead of them. Moa also still in contention, but that res has come through. It's got to be one round back on their feet once again. But look at Lashin, our dangerous Bolty right here. Let's see whether or not the sniper is going to sneak through a few more cheeky hits.
Oh, taking a look at this now. Legends of War moving on closer in, trying to find those fantastic bolty shots. As we saw, this was literally the reason Darkness went out. But now Chico up on the chocolate block next. It's going to be Six God to take them out. And Eflex holds on for dear life.
Up comes Mowing, pushing forward alongside Lashin. This could be quite the force to be reckoned with, but it's going to be Eflex now suffering to the blue zone. Mohart, the final contender left for the team, just riding the storm, just perched on the very edge, inching their way back into safety. And of course, this is going to be allowing the opportunity now for Desert Flame and Legends of War to go at each other. So you can see Mowing getting traded on down. Lashin still now trying to reach across, spots Moa, and down they go. What a rise this is. Legends of War and Desert Flame now fighting it out for that winner chicken dinner. And with that, it is going straight to Desert Flame, securing their very first winner chicken dinner. The first one also then for the entire season so far. What a glorious performance.
Surprise, surprise, with 10 eliminations, Desert Flame step up to the plate. Finally, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Desert Flame and a winner chicken dinner on Miramar. This is what we needed, DK. This is what we needed.
Yes, 100% agree with you on that. I mean, we've been saying it for the longest time, right? Desert Flame, they were a team that we know are quite formidable when it comes to the action over on Miramar. And now, right, they lived up to that reputation, stepped up, just claimed the zone. And I mean, but also, right, we have to give it to Legends of War. That was such an increase. I mean, I'm loving the way that they moved in. They look so confident, so comfortable moving into those later few stages. But of course, while we process everything that we just witnessed, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back in a short few moments.
If only I had a weapon, I would take over the punching kick.
That's nothing. I clearly took down the enemy. If we were to keep the score, we'd definitely be higher than me.
If I hadn't thrown the wrong grenade, I'd be eating chicken dinner for sure. What's wrong, guys?
If you don't agree, listen to Ultimate Arena.
Arguments don't matter. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. This, of course, is our last day on the second week, and we've also just concluded our third match of the day over on Miramar, in which it resulted in a glorious winner chicken dinner coming through for the players from Desert Flame, and also a very contentious performance coming through from Legends of War. Speaking of which, let's take a look at our match rankings. And as we can see, Desert Flame and the Legends of War sitting right there on top with 25 points and 19 points respectively.
Oh, looking so good. A massive step up. And I mean, Lashin just hitting a singular shot to wipe out Darkness was all so satisfying. But of course, one round matching it up with 19, as we mentioned, VST moving on further up, as well as Wave Esports. So pretty close in contention in terms of the points they were able to pick up at the very least, and some great eliminations spread up amongst the top 6 as well. Even Triple Esports picking up 4. Darkness, of course, they picked up that 1. So there is something, if not nothing. So it is fantastic. Moving into this is, of course, the last Miramar of the day. So we can take a look at the second page to see, well, who didn't get quite what they wanted on the last Miramar of the day.
Well, the obvious answer is the teams we didn't see on that first page. But let's take a look and see what that second page is. It is going to be Blackjack coming in with only 3 points this time around. Super Young Stars also securing themselves those 3 points. All of those coming from the eliminations they were able to bring on through. But Slime, surprisingly, also only sitting on 2 alongside Titan Gaming, who brought in 1. And TEAMLAG walking away with a bag of donuts.
Yeah, it feels weird. I mean, all of those teams there, it feels weird, but it is what it is. We know it was a absolutely jam-packed action of a map, of a Miramar map, so we can take a look at those upper moments. Just remind ourselves about the beautiful action, starting off with the Teak, just punching it away.
Yeah, that was quite the surprising turn of events. We gotta say, Moment, right? Wow, Moment was just a beast, stepping up, bringing quite a bit of a disruption right then and there. But as we move to those later few stages, this is where I love the approach coming through from VST, right? They got those nails locked in to Titan. But look at Eflex, just popping it off with the hits. Beautiful, beautiful shooting. But this position right here, when Desert Flame was getting rushed by Wave, I mean, I'm pretty sure that that was quite an adrenaline high that they were experiencing right at that point.
Absolutely. It was a jam-packed Miramar, and it picked up in fantastic fashion as the teams really brought that aggression, especially towards the end, where it was just constant clusters of teams trying to move on into the zone. It was absolutely phenomenal. But of course, Miramar done and dusted for the day. We at least still have another Erangel and a Sanhok to, finish off the day before we move into the craziness of Livik as we prepare ourselves for those top 12 teams to make their approach. We know everyone is trying to make those final dashes, those final pushes into the top 12 positions to try and be able to grace us with their presence. So far, it has been highly contentious. We've been seeing those teams really change up from day in to day out.
It's not only contentious, it's slightly contagious as well, right? And of course, we need to take a look and see what our overall ranking situation is. Was Titans now still holding on to pole position, 90 points ahead of the opposition, which is 1 million. But we are seeing that extra bit of a breakaway coming through from 1 million to leaders, right? We are having quite a bit of a gap being situated right there. I believe that's about, what, like 54 points, if I'm not mistaken. Don't judge my math, but it's somewhere in that ballpark. But again, right, we are seeing that strong effort being brought in from Blackjack as they now just peer up into 8th position, right? A slow but steady rise from Blackjack's performances so far today.
Hey, they get themselves into the top 12. Whether or not they can hold it is going to be up to that second page. As we know, they end off with, at this point in time, we still have 2 more maps. They have 124 points. How the rest of the teams are going to react to that and bring their own performances to try and close the gap is going to be up to our next 2 maps. Of course, we know it has been a massive jump up for Blackjack Esports all the way from 17th, wasn't it? From 17th up into 8th place. That's ridiculous. Let's take a look into the second page and see how close it really is, with VST sitting on 123 points.
Yeah, VST indeed on 1, 2, 3. Action, please. Of course, the players there from your Super Young Stars sitting on 115. 1 point behind them is going to be Desert Flame. And of course, 2 points behind them is Zero Tolerance and TEAMLAG hard on their heels. But the same can, of course, be said for Triple Esports, Virtual Gaming Squad, as well as Arab Golden. Still a very, very contentious position. And it doesn't stop there, right? It continues over into that final page as well. So by this point, nothing is secure. Anything from 10th place all the way to at least that position up in, I believe, 18th position could still change up quite a bit in our final 2 matches of the day. Well, the final 2 before we get into that last one. But of course, now, right, that's where you see Legends of War. They're close. They are close, only trailing by about 20 points, right? 18 if you want to be 100% exact. And of course, Wave Esports just there keeping up the pressure and the contention.
Absolutely phenomenal work coming through here. So I still feel that it's possible. I still feel that Legends of War can make that final crazy game to just get them into the top 12, secure themselves just at the last second, and then we can sit here with our minds absolutely blown. We'll have to wait and see how that's going to turn around. But the fact that we are talking about this still being an opportunity for the teams on this side of the page, I'm still not going to stop talking about how amazing that is of improvement from week 1. As we mentioned, we ended off week 1 with the 4th page teams having about 60 to 70 points from not really making much of a difference, but not really closing any of the gaps. And now we're moving into our last 2 maps of the day, and it could still change.
Yeah, super contentious lobby coming through here. But of course, we know the next map is going to be a great opportunity for the teams to really dial up that aggression and lock in a few of those eliminations, aside from the placement points up for grabs, right? Of course, I'm referring to the lovely Sanhok, which we are going to be moving in towards next. And of course, without any further delay, let's see what that flight path is going to be bringing on through, where the teams are going to be dropping. But more importantly, where's that first initial zone going to be forming?
Oh, as we take a look at it, some sweet moves just being shown. And we do have a little bit more of that southern portion of Sanhok really showcasing, ending up there in Lakawi, as we can see. I don't say that one ever so nicely. Just DK, just correct me. How do we say that one?
Yeah,
perfect.
Yeah, you got it this time round. Lakawi,
no.
Yes.
It doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound right when it comes from my mouth. But as we move on to the rest of the teams, of course, really not a crazy zone. And it's Sanhok. So, I mean, they can just drop onto the ground, get some good rotations. It is a bit south. That is for sure.
Yeah, I mean, South is healthy, right? It's going to be forcing these teams to really get that focus dialed in. And of course, there's the players from Darkness finding themselves in quite a contentious start alongside VST. We also see the players from Arab Golden and Triple Esports situated down in that Camp Charlie position. And, well, that's pretty much the hot drops that we've got to start this game off with. But let's see where it goes as Triple and Arab Golden already get down to business. Well, we'll have to wait a little while longer. Well, maybe not too long, as it is going to be Arab Golden. Oh, rushing straight on up. Up comes the heads, the sprays. It's Hakimo. What?
What?
Down they go. Arab
all
Golden
Kimo.
getting control. All deleted right there.
Ooh, we are only a couple of seconds into Sanhok, and we have just seen Arab Golden absolutely deleted from Sanhok. Okay, no, we just give that one up. That is just some prime performance there from Kimos. But of course, the hot drops are not going to stop necessarily. We've got Darkness and we've got VST right alongside each other here towards Pine Nun, holding some very opportune moments. As you can see, Darkness holding that 2-2 split. VST trying to do something similar. They are a little bit closer in contention, so they might be able to jump in and regroup should it be necessary at the drop of a hat. Now, who's going to be starting anything here or who's going to be disengaging? That's going to be up to these teams. As we know, they're still trying to get their loot up. They're still trying to get themselves better equipped for this possible engagement.
And I mean, at this point, it's quite difficult to really figure out what the approach for Darkness could be coming into this particular game, right? Because as we know, and as we can see at the top of the screen as well, Darkness are currently sitting on 76 points in total. So that means that they are, you know, about like 30, 40 odd points away from reaching that top 12 slot. But is that going to be on the cards? Because it seems like they've been having a pretty tough run so far, right? Really finding themselves in some rather challenging positions. Not the easiest one to really just breeze on through. So, yeah, I don't know, right? This is their final opportunity, their final match. Because after this match, Darkness is done for this week.
Oh, and it is a little bit stressful to just have that rolling in the back of your mind saying, well, lost opportunity for phase number 2. Hey, what are we going to do about this one? So they might be a little bit more hungry in that regard then to jump into engagement, or it might make them a little bit more strategic. You know, they might be like, cool, we need to focus on placements. We need to focus on just sheer location and rotation. But I have to wait and see how Darkness will react to this one, as of course, for the time being, it's a bit of a stalemate. Right, both sides, they're looking for something. They are keeping their eyes peeled on the opportunity, but when that's going to arise is up to either side.
Yeah, I mean, Darkness really being dealt a very tough hand at this point in time. But I think it's going to come down to their determination and how bad they want it, right? But the sad part is even if they have an absolutely glorious match this time around, that's it, right? The other teams still have yet another match to play. So that point situation could still change up, as we've been seeing from these teams so far today. So if I was Darkness at this point, I would just go like, you know what? Let's just go and play the best PUBG we can, right? Let's make this one count. And maybe they can find a few additional bonus points, because we know that's what's also up for grabs today.
Well, as we know, they're alongside, of course, Legends of War, which, you know, would also be their next competitor in terms of the matches left. But looking at this now, they're really just going to have to hope for the absolute best performance. And hopefully that will be enough to get them well situated up within the rankings. As you can take a look here, Virtual Gaming, ooh, in a very blind one-shot. Extremely blind one shot, moving on in closer to leaders as they try and take at least more of a competitive angle here. Some nades being sent out. Maybe they can find Morteza.
Ooh. I mean, that was definitely a good way to get Morteza to flinch, right? But the shot's not really connecting up too favorably at this point in time. But it's got Morteza now trying to just play a little bit more of a cautious angle. Shadowin, so we're going to come swinging in from the back end there. But we are yet to see what Zeus is going to be doing, because Zeus is also still rotating up, actually moving in behind Shadowin, Morteza, and the rest of Leaders Esports.
Oh, this could be sneaky. Now Virtual Gaming making a runaround pass here, trying to find the angle already. There is some damage coming on through. Morteza has to step up quickly alongside the rest of their team as they want to hold on to this carry boy just around the corner. One shot going to be taking a mountain of damage, but it is the turnaround. It is Leaders going down and saying goodbye, at least for the time being. But what a beautiful showing from Virtual Gaming, not only to be able to hold that, defend their position, and find themselves such beautiful opportunities, but just picking up some great eliminations. Sitting on 5 right now, they are rolling with it.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking to roll with it. I mean, as we know, right? And as we've said before, Virtual Gaming, no strangers to bring in this absolute beast mode performances, but we are yet to see what they will have in store for us as they progress further through this match. Meanwhile, it's going to be Super Young Stars keeping a very steady position, close to center zone, set up right behind Darkness. The players there from VST, as well as one round, all just alongside them. So quite a bit of pressure riding on their shoulders. But again, right, they are in a position where they can actually afford to just play this one a little bit more cautiously. As we just saw at the top of the screen, the players there from the Super Young Stars are currently finding themselves up in 10th position. But it's still a very contentious spray to come through, right? We do have TEAMLAG, VST, all hard on their heels. So if they can find a bit of a more favorable performance here, it would definitely be the one to try and do it.
As we take a look at this now, some great opportunities still lying in wait. Darkness and VST, they're still doing the staring contest. So we'll wait in the center zone to see what's going to happen there towards Painan. 1 million, of course, one of the more straggling teams to try and find a position into zone. They are all the way up towards that northern position of Kao and Tatmok and Desert Flame. They're towards Camp Bravo, moving on in. Now, we're already seeing a few stragglers just on the edges, maybe already opting for this helo strats, you know, just trying to lock in some security in terms of placement points. I believe that's the only thing I can really think of being the cause, but it is still just for the first learn, so maybe they're just, you know, getting some good loot before they move in.
I assume you're referring to Amawin, right? All the way up in towards Hantlin. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see where Amawin looks to push this one towards. But of course, we do have a bit of a result coming through up in towards Painan. It's going to be that knockdown on towards Zuxi. But now, Darkness still keeping a steady position, right? Not going to be flinching just yet. But I am feeling somewhat worried for Darkness, seeing that we have one round and Super Young Stars moving in behind them. These rooftop positions aren't going to be too favorable for too much longer.
No, not whatsoever. We do see Amawin finally joining the party. 1 million Desert Flame. Hopefully doing so quite shortly, quite soon. VST Darkness still holding the angle. Storm moving on in now from, Slime4KT moving on in from Camp Alpha. But as we take a look at this angle that Desert Flame are moving in, they might just find lag as they move on closer and closer to the zone. At least that zone positioning does allow 1 million some sort of a space, some sort of an opportunity to get into the zone rather quicker than later, as it's not shifting all the way towards the south.
Yeah, I mean, there is going to be a bit of a potential to be played at here, but as we see, these rotations now starting to make their way a little bit further on forward. Not an over-aggressive amount of rotation that we have, but Darkness definitely starting to deploy themselves a little bit more effectively on towards VST, right? As we can see, VST is still pretty much focused towards that eastern side, but they've kind of figured out that there's someone on the approach, right? They know there's something cooking in the grass, but that could be Soul, that could be Mad Knight that we also see moving in from those northern positions. So there's quite a few eventualities that could be playing out right here. As we jump over towards Soul, of course, popping in a quick few shots towards the Beast as they retreat back up towards Wuskola. But again, Soul looking to get at least this section of the zone under lockdown.
Absolutely. It could be a good opportunity for them, but I'm still worried about some of those opportunities towards the western portion of this map. As you can see, Slime4KT moving in closer towards Mad Knights could mean that an opportunity for Mad Knight to pick up some Slime4KTs might be in the midst. Of course, Super Young Stars holding a fantastic high-rise position here towards Zero Tolerance, equally finding some great information. But again, that question of, do we get involved? Do we not? Because as we know, as soon as you start that engagement on Sanhok, it signals fire to every single opportunity to get some third parties going.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the difficulty of being situated in such a close quarter map, right? At the moment you start that fight, you need to be able to commit to continuing that fight because it's not going to stop there. And now, of course, Mad Knight are going to be going at it with Soul. We do see Slime4KT also just sneaking up behind them. And again, we do see that whole strategy that you were just pointing out now playing itself out in front of our very eyes. But Almo win, as we saw, fortunately, rejoining with the rest of the team. But it's going to be a slow, steady sneak now coming through here from Slime as they are trying to find that opportune moment to pounce.
I swear I heard Elmo win, and then I thought of Elmo. But hey, I'll tell you what, Plus is not thinking about Elmo whatsoever. He's just thinking about what eliminations he can pick up. Picked up 2 already from Mad Knight, looking at Amowin now for a little bit more. And of course, Kingerman still around in the area. Storm jumping up like an absolute mad lad, looking for that connection. This could be the end of Mad Knight as we see it.
Yeah, when definitely not Elmo is going to be trying to hold up the front line defensive here. Is going to adopt that DBS action. But Storm trying to meet them toe-to-toe with a little bit of that oompy. But it's going to be Plaza to come sneaking through on the edge. Wuskola also taking quite a bit of damage. And now all of the hopes turn right on towards Kingerman, the final contender here for Mad Knight. But Soul could also be venturing ever closer to this altercation.
It's those third parties, man. They are going to be jumping in. The teams are going to be jumping at the opportunity to get involved, get some good eliminations. Of course, everyone is pushing for top 12. In the meanwhile, we finally have some sort of an answer here with Darkness and VST here towards by none. VST have at least invested 2 members on the other side because they thought that the grass looked a little bit greener to see if they can pick up some eliminations. And that zone moving on in should be phasing out. And we should be seeing where the focus will be.
Well, it will continue, right? The players that we've been looking at will continue for the time being. But we are seeing a few more teams now having to cover a bit of ground. We got Triple Esports on the way. We got a Wave as well as Lag and Desert Flame yet to push on forward. But I'm loving the confidence being shown by Darkness, right? They were able so far to uphold quite a bit of a front against the side of VST. So much so that they've taken down 2 of the players. And now they only have Zuxi and Atleno to try and move their way on up. But of course, this could still swing either which way. But I'm definitely appreciating the confidence being shown by Darkness.
They have to bring it, right? As you mentioned, this is their last map of the day. There's no more opportunities for hesitation. There's no more opportunities for holding anything back. It is phase 2. You want to get yourself into Livik. You want to get yourself as many bonus points as you possibly can because the finals are just around the corner. Well, I say that. At least we're halfway there. But looking at this now, 1 round, of course, making a nice rotation up into a higher position to try get some of that elevation, get some of those higher line of sights moving as Super Young Stars just lower here, closer towards by none, are going to be holding on to their compounds. You can see Eflex just keeping an eye out there on the horizon, looking for any rotating teams. As we know, the zone shift is going to force a lot of those southern teams, and of course 1 team from the north in the form of 1 million, to really make a dash into the zone.
Yeah, but 1 million not too concerned just yet, right? They are making their way towards the zone. But as you said yesterday, this is no surprise to see this kind of strategy being played by 1 million because this is kind of what we were expecting to see from the team. But now Venom just bumping into a few trees along the way. You know, again, just emphasizing the fact that they are in no major rush to get themselves repositioned back into safety. Instead, they are pulling up into boot camp once again. Very similar approach to what we saw come from them just yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. Moving on through Zero Tolerance, looking for another win. Winner chicken dinner, the first one that they picked up yesterday after teasing us on Erangel with a near win, only coming second, but then they said it wasn't enough. They wanted the full chicken dinner, but he was now making a little bit of a scouting approach, trying to get that information, has immediately decided that they no longer are interested in these compounds because they fight back for some reason. I don't know what added that to the property, but they did. So property value not looking too great here for Desert Flame as they still need to get themselves a position in zone.
Yeah, they still have to try and secure that position, but they've already found that first winner chicken dinner already today. So I'm pretty sure that they are, feeling pretty good. But yes, they are not secured moving in. We are seeing a little bit of adaptation with the rotation moving slight tad bit towards the north. Could see them actually pulling in alongside Virtual Gaming as well. But Lag still trying to make that push, trying to get themselves also then secured moving up in towards the potential next phase. Super Young Stars, in fact, looking quite golden right here. They've got that centered zone, and wherever this next zone shifts, it's not going to be too much of a distance for them to try and get themselves secured. In fact, they don't have to move at all, as the zone now just yeets itself slightly towards the north.
A little bit of a rotation coming on through boot camp now, looking very, very good here for 1 million esports as well. All of the players that are left have made that rotation, so they're not keeping just Senke out into the blue. They want to invest all of their players as they need to, down to 3. Virtual Gaming moving on forward, trying to take out Desert Flame as they find DWAS. This could be the opportunity they were looking for.
It could definitely be that opportunity indeed, but a very spread out approach coming through here from Virtual. They know that they have safety in that extra amount of angles that they can cover. But now Gaddafi, Zeus on the front line are going to be scouting up ahead, looking to see if they can spot out 6 and Buden. But look at the sprays now. 6, gets spotted. The shot's connecting right up in the face there. But not out of the woods just yet. Zeus going to be re-peeking that position. But the rest of the team now just inching their way further and further forward, right? We can see it's going to be Flacco holding up right on the front line with their teammate DWAS. But now how are they going to get themselves repositioned here? Trying to make a quick bit of a dash down the hill, but Virtual Gaming anticipating that and already having themselves beautifully situated. Look at one shot just raining down terror and off they go.
Oh, goodbye, goodbye, Desert Flame. Unfortunately, not picking up the Sanhok they were wanting. But Zero Tolerance now looking to recover their numbers as well, because they do not want to be joining Desert Flame in the lobby just yet. They want an opportunity to take this even further. Picking up 2 eliminations, definitely bolstering their numbers. Wave Esports in the meanwhile having to move into zone, but lag forcing them to rethink their situation, down to only Rhino from Wave Esports to try and take this further.
Well, let's see. Will Rhino be their rival? Or will they be able to drive it in all the way on through? Of course, now a very, very challenging position here for Rhino and a very difficult position to make indeed. As Lag not going to be waiting around, moving forward, securing those eliminations. But still, that blue zone now becoming quite a bit of a factor here. As we know, this is going to be that 4th phase blue, and it is quite devastating if not dealt with appropriately. But Lag, oh, they're not done. They want that final hit. They want that final point to their name.
Oh, absolutely. Why wouldn't they want it? They're going to push on forward as fast as they possibly can. Wave Esports holding a fantastic opportunity here to take this further. Darkness in the meanwhile still here towards Pine None. And unfortunately, Triple Esports have moved in to keep them company as it's Iron. Well, just Iron, unfortunately, as Tornado goes down to Zuxi. And Adleno moving in for the cleanup.
Oh, wow. Now all the pressure turns onto Iron. As you can see, Adleno, Zuxi still surviving, trying to see if they can maybe piece something together out in that blue zone. But yes, it is going to be quite a bit of a potential threat coming through there from M7. MD is also not trying to deal with the damage being dealt by the zone itself. Iron, not really geared for a bit of a blue zone heal strat, right? Is going to be running out of those meds momentarily. And that is pretty much the situation for a lot of the players currently situated out in the blue, right? They didn't come to this blue zone prepared enough to ride it out. Instead, they need to find a way to get themselves repositioned and back into the contention.
Oh, absolutely. Super Young Stars now trying to keep their position here. VST moving on forward. Atlanta once again up on the rise here to apply the pressure just around the corner. We see the DPS is popping on out from either side. Who's going to be hitting that first jump shot? It's Atlanta picking up the final hit and moving on forward. Well, not into the zone.
Yeah, I mean, well, at least Atlanta finding some form of success before that blue zone just stepped in and was quite nasty to them, right? But of course, we are down to our final 10 teams. It is Chico holding up alongside the rock. Up comes Storm. Oh, beautiful sprays. Storm falls. Pronto could be the next victim. No, it instead is Chico. Eflex now on the defensive here alongside Moha. We can see maybe they can find a bit of a play. The DBS coming out once again. Let's see where this one will go. It is going to be Moha to find beautiful knocks. And now one player left from the side of Slimefolk AT. Storm also falls. Pronto in a world of trouble. But one round feeling quite a bit of pressure coming through as 1 million comes rushing in right behind them.
Boom, 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 boom. That's all we're going to be seeing. One round sent back into the lobby while Pronto steps on up as the last remaining hopeful here from Slimefolk AT. They need to pick up some eliminations. They would do so fantastically in the form of Soul Esports. Pronto, sliver of HP, not making it into zone.
Talk about signing off, right? That is exactly what Pronto did there. It's like, well, I might as well, while I'm at it, maybe just pick up a few more just take aim at Soul. But this is going to be Super Young Stars' position to lock down. The only team currently being majorly situated within the zone. We do see the players there from Virtual Gaming on the approach. But this is Super Young Stars up against 1 million and Virtual Gaming. I mean, you want to talk about a tough position? This is pretty much that. Of course, Lazy Boy, Venom, up on the elevation there. Virtual Gaming also pretty elevated. And now, Super Young Stars, they've got the only compound within the zone.
Oh, moving on forward. Zero tolerance, of course. I mean, Super Young Stars, of course, holding a fantastic opportunity here. 1 million in Virtual Gaming, on the other hand, they have to fight shoulder to shoulder for this position within zone. This could be a fantastic opportunity for Super Young Stars. I feel like we haven't seen them in contention for a winner-winner chicken dinner in so long. But same can be said for Virtual Gaming. And hey, 1 million, they're still looking to close the gap.
Oh, there we go. It's going to be Venom to fall. Now, 1 million down to only 2. It's Lazy Boy out in the zone. And Senke held up in boot camp, bringing in a bit of that heal strat. But Lazy Boy, pretty low on that health bar. One shot could mean the end, at least for Lazy Boy. Zeus now spots out something potentially over on towards that western side, rather. But let's see where this is going to be going. Super Young Stars looking pretty good here still, holding on to the compounds. 3 players up against the 4 coming through from Virtual. But at this point, I would pretty much leave it to Virtual to find the final contenders left there for the side of 1 million.
Oh, absolutely. One shot in the meanwhile is cooking up some beautiful nades. Same can be said here for Winky, of course. So the send out is going to be on either side, but the connection is going to be in the form of Virtual Gaming. Now they move on in. They want the compound.
Well, let's see where this will be going. It's going to be that rush. Oh, it's going to be Winky to fall. Zeref, Messi. Now having to keep up the defensive, but up comes the sprays. Lazy Boy taking down Gaddafi. Whoa, the utilities are going to be raiding through once again. Virtual Gaming already on 11 eliminations. Super Young Stars sitting on 2, but they now really have to work their butts off to ensure that they've got this zone under lockdown. And of course, there we have it, right? It is going to be 1 million down to 1. Senke out in the blue zone trying to do that heal strat, but all the pressure now riding on Messi and Zeref. As Virtual Gaming get ready for their next assault. Gaddafi quickly patching up that health bar. Let's see where this will go. Winky also now trying to sneak through for a bit of a res, but not quite sure if it's going to be on the books.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you have to be so quick with this. In the meanwhile, Virtual Gaming, they got all the time in the world because they've got all the numbers in the world. A full squad remaining, and now they are just boosting up for this final dash into the danger town. The smoke's going to be deployed, and this might be the opportunity for Virtual Gaming to jump on in.
Well, let's see. Let's see. Who's it going to be? Virtual Gaming looking like some pretty strong contenders. 11 eliminations to their name. 4 players up. They could have this one in the bag. But now, zero tolerance. Still just not going to be letting them find a great approach. But being hunkered in the building means one nade could end it. Fortunately, Super Young Stars, they've learned their lesson. They are not in the building. Instead, they find themselves situated on the outskirts. Up comes the rush. It is going to be Winky to get traded on down as Virtual Gaming now starts their rush, moving straight on forward. Oh, Messi on the front line alongside Zeref. Looking to see if they can maybe mount a bit of an assault here. Gaddafi trying to find that opportunity, but yet another player falls. Up comes the push. Winky goes down. Oh, it's one shot to get taken up as well. The hits continue to fly through. And with that, Virtual Gaming secure themselves an absolutely amazing victory. 14 eliminations strong alongside the glorious winner-winner chicken dinner.
Hey DK, you were asking for it. You were asking for a Virtual Gaming win. One we haven't seen in a while, but finally our former spring winners have jumped on in and showcased what they have to offer. Of course, just absolutely beautiful plays coming through from Virtual Gaming. And we'll have to wait and see how the overall rankings are going to shift up with that one, because they were so close to picking up that perfect 30-pointer game.
I mean, I can't let this one go. Virtual Gaming springing back into action. That is exactly what they did right then and there. I mean, come on, you set it up. I just got to take it. I cannot resist. You know, I have to drop a lame one every now and again, but a really, really phenomenal effort being brought in. And I mean, it's great to see Virtual Gaming just showing once again, right, why they are a formidable force and a team not to really discount at this point in time. I think it's a bit of a strategy, right, that they are bringing in. They don't want to play as aggressively just yet. They are slowly starting to build up the tension, starting to build up that expectation. And once they know that they are pretty much secured to move forward, I think that is where they're going to go, you know, just unleash the full potential of their performances.
That would be the hope, but absolutely a beautiful start for virtual gaming. And on Sanhok, nonetheless, we know it is an incredibly difficult map to manage because the third parties just keep rolling on in. So the ability for them to actually just make sure that they secure the chicken dinner is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. Of course, speaking about phenomenal, we have to give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So, born to win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. You can see those beautiful phones right there between myself and Ez. And of course, speaking about beautiful phones, beautiful things, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy as well, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, back to the discussion, Ez, right? We saw that rise coming through. Virtual gaming, replicating the efforts, bring in quite a formidable performance. But we also did see quite a few other teams keeping the pressure really high. I mean, super young stars, yes, not having the crazy amount of eliminations alongside that, but they were still able to finish really respectively with regards to those placement points.
Yeah, I mean, moving on into that last final zone, being able to find themselves in the top 2 finisher. And again, it was something we haven't seen for so long, but we can take a look at the match rankings just for someone else to do the math so that my brain does not have to. Of course, Virtual Gaming running away with 29 points. Super Young Stars picking up 14 alongside TEAMLAG with some fantastic eliminations. Of course, Slime 4KT and 1 million making a splash on in 4th and 5th place respectively. Once again, thanks to some crazy eliminations from Slime 4KT. And as we know, that sign-off was just absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, if not, why not, right? If you have the opportunity, why not just take aim at another team on the side and maybe just pick up 3 eliminations? You know, why not? It's a great effort to be seeing teams really achieving these crazy, crazy heights. But of course, speaking about crazy heights, we need to take a look at that second page as well to see where the other teams find themselves. VST still bringing in a very valiant effort, right? Securing themselves the 5 points with the 4 eliminations they found.
Not bad whatsoever. Of course, you would think that they were going to be bringing in a little bit more, but they really had such a stare down there with Darkness, and Darkness obviously were looking for those eliminations. So the turnaround there from VST is fantastic to be able to really add on to their tally. And VST, well, Darkness rather, they've added 4, you know, as their last match of the day. So hopefully that will be enough for something to change on the overall rankings, but if not, they will have to come back in the next phase to really make it work. And of course, they have that entire break. They have those 8 days where they can do the VOD reviews, they can take the break that they need to, have the discussions, and come back even stronger to pick up bonus points to the finals.
Yeah, definitely on the cards, right? And it's going to be quite exciting to see how the teams will be coming back and what we could be expecting from them moving into that 3rd week. But of course, as we know, right, we are getting closer and closer to the end of the day. The next match is going to be over on towards Erangel to see where the teams will find themselves after the 20 matches for this week have then been concluded. So quite a bit of a point to be reaching, right? As we know, it's still pretty contentive over on that overall standings to see which teams will be locking in those top 12 places, and we will be taking a look at that pretty soon. But of course, Sanhok on fire, Miramar, both of them absolutely crazy. But what are you at least expecting moving into our final Erangel of the day?
Well, I am expecting a little bit of that action coming through from teams like Myth, 1 million, 1 round. We can take a look at the highlights while we try and break this down. Because so far, they've been the most consistent coming through with Erangel. Of course, we had Triple Esports stepping up like absolute mad lads right off the bat. So who knows, maybe they might make a final return and pick up another winner chicken dinner in this phase as well.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise really to see that come in. But again, right, we did see some very contentious performances coming through. I mean, Slime, that's the play that we talked about from Pronto, just reaching down into Soul Esports, ripping out their souls, right? Ooh. Because it works with the name. Not really true, but sure. Let's go with that. It works. It works for the segue section. Not really sure what the segue is there, but whatever. A really, really phenomenal performance coming through. But again, right, we need to now see all of the efforts that the teams have been bringing through in the previous matches result in an absolutely glorious push into that final Erangel. And while we get ready for that, we are going to be moving into a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back with you after a short few moments.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. We're getting ready for our final match. Well, the final large map, right, of this week. After which, we're going to be moving up in towards Livik. So it's going to be that final showdown, that final opportunity for the teams to secure themselves the points to see who will be our 12 teams venturing over in towards Livik for a little bit of that super close quarter mix-up. A little bit of that monster truck madness as well, right? So it's going to be quite an exciting game. But first, we need to jump over in Erangel to see what the flight path, the zone, and the teams have in store for us. Now, is final prediction moving in? Where's the flight path going to be going?
Yeah, I thought you were asking me to predict teams. I'm gonna say Primorsk. Whether that's coming from Primorsk or going to Primorsk, I don't know.
Okay, so that's
Maybe?
it. That is just the one, just like Madonna, just Primorsk. That's it. Boom.
Yes.
We only won.
Boom.
Okay. All right. Well, that's an interesting prediction, right? Not quite sure what that will entail.
I want Southwest. I want a little bit of chaos. I want the water involved, you know.
Regardless of how we get it, that's just what you want. Southwest, be it
Exactly.
zone, be it flight path, be it someone in a boat with that lovely
Yes.
propeller at the back. All right. Okay, cool. But, I mean, this is going to be the opportunity, though, for the teams to bring in that push, right? And speaking about push, let's jump in the game and see what they have to work with regards to flight path, zone, and everything else in between. Of course, we'll also get a bit of an update as to what the overall rankings are. They'll be up at the top of the screen and potentially on the left-hand side as we are going to be venturing towards that map momentarily. But for the time being, we can see it is coming in from the western edge and, of course, heading straight down over in towards the Nova Crates.
I saw Primorsk. It was in the view line, or at least towards the west. So I'm close. I'm close. But yeah,
Ooh.
at least as we can see now, for some of the teams, they have great opportunities if they do generally fancy themselves here towards the southern portion of Erangel. Whether or not that's going to be really the case for some of the teams who obviously we know that love that just, you know, that more northern approach, well, they might have to look for those alternative drop sites. But I mean, at this point in time, a little bit of the southern drop, that's always going to be a bit fun, right?
Yeah, I mean, it could be quite fun, but what's not going to be fun, right, is the points that we were looking at just then. Well, at least that I was looking at over on the left-hand side of the screen. I mean, it's still pretty undecided between 8th and 16th place. Anything can change moving into this final game. Any of these teams can still step up and just absolutely shake up these final few performances, right? So, Arab Gold and Triple Esports, Desert Flame, Zero Tolerance, Blackjack, TEAMLAG, VSC Gaming, players there from Super Young Stars, and Seoul Esports, all having an absolutely phenomenal opportunity to get those top 12 slots secured. But looking at what they've got to work with, it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge, right? That lovely northeastern zone, almost just only eastern, but it's definitely not complementary to the flight path.
No, no whatsoever. We had a lovely western approach for these flights, but unfortunately the teams are going to have to make quite a lot of traveling up to that northern section. Already a little bit of a fun time there with Leaders Esports losing a member closer towards schools, so Wave Esports potentially just, or Team Myth rather, actually picking up that one, so great opportunity for them. As we take a look, of course, you can see Wave Esports also close in proximity to Leaders, so they might be on the shopping block next, depending on how they take these rotations.
Yeah, shopping block, chopping block, whichever block you want to put them on, that's where they could be right then and there. But yes, Leaders not having the most favorable start to their day, or their final match rather, let's put it that way, call it what it is. But Shadow, we're now quickly going to come in for a quick evac right here, looking to pick up the rest of the team and maybe looking to rotate themselves much further towards that eastern side, because that's something that is, you know, quite plentiful. Positions over on towards the eastern side of the zone.
I mean, if you take a look at it, right, we have so many teams now trying to force their way into the zone quite earlier rather than later, so they're completely let going of those drop locations just to be able to center themselves within a prime location moving into the next phase. So some of the teams outside of their comfort zone moving into this next phase immediately, so potentially jumping into those alternative drop sites, or at least driving to them now. But it will be interesting because they have an opportunity to set themselves up very, very soon into the next phase.
Yeah, I mean, rather be early than late. It's better to have that position and not having to worry about it all too much. But Chemo showing us how to do a 21-point turn. Thank you so much. We haven't seen that in quite a minute. So, yeah, that's why they are at the hospital, picking up the rest of the team before rolling further on forward. But again, quite a few opportunities could lie ahead for Team Triple Esports and the rest of the lobby, as we are seeing that slight migration heading towards the eastern side. But of course, the Super Young Stars, they are going to be pushing right back to their home turf, all the way up in towards Savoni, completely and utterly uncontested. But I'm curious to see how this congestion towards the western side is going to develop, right? Because we got Legends of War, we got the players from Mad Knight, we got Triple, we got 1 Million, we got Wave, Desert Flame, VST, pick a number, pick a name. They're probably going to be on that western side, having to try and secure themselves a decent position moving through. But again, the teams that are already situated within the zone, close to the western side, could actually be in quite a favorable lineup here for finding a few of those, rotational spray downs.
Oh, definitely the opportunities are here, but as we can see, a few teams, they haven't stopped up anything whatsoever. So Esports here still towards the military base island, and of course they are joined by Arab Golden, so no real changes here. But of course, DK, as we know, moving into this map, it is the final opportunity for teams to actually garner some of those points. And, you know, taking a look at the overall standings, as we've mentioned, in terms of opportunities, in terms of the teams that really need to push it in these final moments. Again, I'm still holding a candle for Mad Knight. I will not stop holding a candle for Mad Knight whatsoever, as well as Wave Esports, who find themselves on that last page alongside Legends of War. But some of the other teams who are just on the cusp of getting into that top 12 placement and being able to pick up some more points would be a team like Zero Tolerance, a team that we know has started to pick up their first winner chicken dinner, so why can't they make it happen here?
Well, nothing is stopping them, right? It's all just going to come down to that determination and whether or not the RNG is going to be working out in their favor, because that seems to be quite the decisive factor right there. It's right how these teams are able to cope with whatever the RNG throws at them. But as we look about, you can see the players here from Blackjack. They are, of course, also then moving into the usual kind of setup, up in towards that mansion territory. And they do feel somewhat comfortable right here, right? Because they are then allowed to go about their business, get themselves a little bit more favorable, and then start to bring that extra additional focus in once the next zone has been decided.
Well, the pressure is on Blackjack as well, as they are currently the guardians of that top 12 placement. So If anyone is looking to just break into that top 12 placement and they're just moments away, or maybe even 4 points away, such as Zero Tolerance, Blackjack Esport is going to be the target for them, and they should be keeping a keen eye on their performance. Of course, Legends of War, they've moved into a very comfortable position here, just on the outskirts of Quarry, moving into the zone, of course, just behind VST, who are making a straight dash into that one, just behind Myth as well. So those very aggressive angles are going to be coming in as Triple Esports, Mad Knight, Arab Golden, Soul Esports still need to position themselves in zone.
Yeah, but it is a little bit of a... Just to get back to what you were saying about Blackjack, right? It is a little bit of deja vu, because we know last week they were also the gatekeepers of the top 12. So this time it is quite a bit more contentious. So it's not going to be such an easy task to accomplish. And it could be that opportunity, as you rightly so said, for Zero Tolerance, to bring in that extra bit of a push, right? For all the teams just behind them to apply that extra additional bit of pressure to see whether or not they can maybe just shake things up and get themselves situated.
That would be the hope. And again, like, I'm happy for either teams to switch it up. I mean, hey, maybe Blackjack moves on forward and they take out TEAMLAG, who's only 1 point ahead of them. Or they take even further. They take out VST, who's only 4 points ahead of them. There's a massive amount of opportunities for the teams who are playing their last match now. Massive points. I mean, if we take a look at the top 12, and I'm going to do this as quickly as I possibly can, there's only 3 teams that have played all of their matches, and that's Virtual Gaming, Slime4KT, and 1 round. The rest, they are playing in this match right now.
Yeah, we want to talk about tough, right? That is exactly what they are going to be having to deal with here. But of course, also then, the players here from Seoul are going to be running into a little bit of an obstruction. As we can see, everything coming down to what Rauf and co are going to be able to secure moving through. The Titans have just laid waste to a few of them. The Reds is coming through off of the distance there between Hemo and Omar. But that is going to be the end of the road for YC, and Rauf now getting the knock coming through into them as well.
Oh, confirmations. But of course, Soul Esports now down to 2 members, having to make those rotations into zone, trying to get themselves situated. And again, it's always this exact altercation that we stress about for Soul Esports. Taking that Eastern Bridge approach, we know on the west it's VST normally. On the east, it's always Titans holding that Milta area, holding that bridge location. So unfortunately, Soul Esports this time, they did fall, sadly, to that little bit of a bridge camping or opportunity for Titan Esports. But hey, at least 2 of them make it into the zone.
Yeah, they're still alive. They are still in it to win it. Let's see where they're going to be going as the teams now start to progress further and further up in towards the zone itself. Slime4KT not playing this time around, so that means that Yasnaya is entirely open for the taking. As we can see the players there from Blackjack taking that plunge, looking to get themselves situated. Of course, Desert Flame adopting a very similar approach alongside the players here from Myth. But let's see, this could be that altercation, that exchange between both of them as Broly now takes aim down on towards Buden.
Ooh, but Buden is going to be making a dash alongside the rest of Desert Flame, hopefully into safety, I would hope, because they are within center zone, so they have a little bit of time to readjust their positioning. They are just very clustered within this position. As we can see, Blackjack now picking apart Super Young Stars. Messi should be going down with that confirmation quite swiftly, because the rest of Super Young Stars, well, I don't think they can go for the rest.
No, it's going to be quite challenging, right? It's going to be super challenging. They won't get the res at all today, but they could maybe get a bit of a vengeance, right? Back a bit of that revenge play back on towards Blackjack. It's going to take, of course, quite a bit of focus and luck to work out, but as we have it, as fate has it, we see the players from Lag also now joining up in towards the lovely Yasnaya Polyana, with quite a few other teams on the approach. And this is where things could take a beautiful swing to the spicy side of life, with Seoul Esports also then moving in. We see Omar and Hemo pulling in over on that eastern edge.
Oh, taking a look at this now. Lag, of course, an opportunity for them to take this further. As we know, it's a 2-on-4, right? I mean, surely Seoul can't do this one, at least not on paper. But we have seen some crazier things in the past. Of course, Seoul Esports just lying low, getting their consumables up to a respectable level. Let's take a look at the rest of the zone. Triple Esports, Arab Golden, Mad Knights, and 1 million, or at least half of 1 million, still to join the zone. In the meantime, VST, making a dash in here.
But if you say half of 1 million is then they're just 500,000.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
And that 500,000 is Senke and the like.
Yes, that's the level of effort that they are going to be putting in this match.
Oh, yes.
But yes, VST now looking to get themselves a little bit better established alongside the players here from Leaders Esports. But again, right, Shadow and Wasted just going to be keeping a steady position. Not going to be letting themselves get exposed unnecessarily. But up comes It's a Boot, and this is going to be that opportunity for them now to try and face down and defend their compound.
Oh, jumping on into this one. Shadow and just picking apart piece by piece. At least doing some good damage. But Zuxi having a prime position alongside It's a Boot here in this building. And now Carryboy moves on in, finds Zuxi. Now has to look for the second.
Well, let's see. Could there be even more up for grabs? There's going to be It's a Boot cooking up the nade. Not having a clear line of sight just yet. But Leaders Esports now sticking to those high positions. Of course, Carryboy feeling that nade come through. Sends out one in response. But unfortunately, Fivo's on the opposite end of the wall, and none of that damage is going to succeed in finding Fivo. But a quick another attempt comes through, as we can see the nades continue to rain on down, and it is now turned into a bit of a ranged assault, right? Leaders and players here from VST just having a continual back and forth exchange. But at one point, they are going to start running out of those utilities, and of course, Wave are going to start moving ever closer.
Oh, absolutely no opportunity left waiting. So, Wave Esports, they will take anything and everything that comes their way. Now moving on closer and closer, taking a wonderful opportunity and position just behind Leaders Esports. So they might have the perfect line of sight to try and sniff them out of this location. But of course, the same level of pressure can be applied here to VST. And currently, with the numbers they both hold up against the numbers of Wave Esports, it is going to be a battle for, well, survivability at this point.
Well, aside from that, the timer is, of course, running out, right? That blue zone is going to start closing up now as well. So Wave, VST, and Leaders either need to push through this engagement or they need to disengage and get themselves repositioned back into the safety of the next zone. But it's going to be a pretty crazy play because, as you can see, there's quite a bit of congestion starting to form up in towards Yasnaya. Let's see. Maybe Shadowin could find the necessary damage on towards D3S. Ooh, finds somewhat, but not enough to really commit to anything at this point. This is going to be the cue, though, for VST to just get themselves the heck out of dodge as they now instead push back towards the zone and leaving Wave and Leaders Esports to continue the altercation.
We also have Super Young Stars and Zero Tolerance now picking up a massive altercation there within Yasnaya Poliana. As we know, Zero Tolerance, they're pushing for those 4 points. They're pushing for even more as they don't want Blackjack Esports running away from them just yet. So already picking up 2 and now looking for even more as Super Young Stars try and take the disengagement because obviously they don't want to give anything up just yet. But Lag and Desert Flame, right up close and personal.
Yeah, as we can see, Blackjack, TEAMLAG, right? Both teams sitting on 125 a pop. And that's going to be quite a bit of pressure to come through on them. So you can see that live updated scores happening at the top of the screen. But look at the nades, though. It's going to be Lag to get 1-9 actually now knocked. It's going to be up to Cacao. Looking to see if they can keep the contention strong. A9Q also going to be looking to move on through as well. But Desert Flame, they seem to have this building under lockdown as 1-9 also then falls. And A9Q needs to piece this whole play back together. Desert Flame in hot pursuit are going to come rushing on forward. They want that final contender. They want that final player standing between them and even more glory. But will they be able to find them, though?
That is going to be the question as we move on in. Lag, of course, under the pressure cooker here, trying to ensure that they can pick up their numbers, get those reses moving on in before Desert Flame or even anyone else in this vicinity steps on in to try and take it away from them. Desert Flame, of course, scrambling. They're looking for those altercations. They're looking for those eliminations. They need points. They need those confirmations to come on through.
And if they come sweeping this building floor by floor, coming to the realization that Lag instead has moved elsewhere, but now instead they jump in front of Myth and Broly jumping at the opportunity. Farouk also has a bit of an angle on towards Fantasy there, but up comes App Golden, also now looking to crash the party. Ban gonna go flying around on the outskirts, looking for a bit of a position to pull in towards. We've got VST on the approach, the same as Wave, and the players there from Legends of War. Leaders also making a bit of a dash, that mad dash. But look at 1 million. They've got a very comfortable position up towards the north.
Oh, no, holding something at least into this next phase can mean the world of difference. As you can see, Distant Flame, of course, picking up some great eliminations, but it is not over just yet. They're still in contention for these buildings. It's Arab Golden, it is Lag, it is Myth. You can take a number. Everyone is sitting in line. Zero Tolerance in the meanwhile. They just got blown up by Myth. What's happening?
Oh, Zero Tolerance riding on 122. Still 3 more points to go to be on par. 4 points if they want to try and potentially get ahead. But let's see. Ab Golden also trying to get this position under lockdown. Not going to be moving up just yet, but it is very, very close. The altercations now getting pretty tough. As we can see, a mass convergence of teams, right? All 16 teams, aside from 1 million, now pretty much being situated in and around Yasnaya Poliana. Now, if you ever wanted an absolutely brutal match to come through, this is exactly that. It's going to be Leaders Esports, our first team to get sent back to the lobby. Super Young Stars up ahead. Arab Golden then also start to fall. And this is where we are going to be keeping a very close eye on our rankings at the top of the screen, because that will continuously keep on changing.
Yeah, it's not going to stop anytime soon. All of the teams vying for the opportunity in this last big map of Phase 2 to pick up as many bonus points as they possibly can, and potentially even an opportunity towards Livik. Of course, now Myth making a little bit of a dash, but hey, turning our attention here to 1 million and Titans, who seem to constantly find each other. It's Marshall taking hit after hit as they try and rotate on through.
Oh, but the two want to see, right? The two big chiefs going toe to toe. None other than Titan and 1 million fighting for control of these northern territories. Already AXA having that anchor point set up a little bit further up ahead. But now comes to play. Blue Zone is going to be catching up to them. T going to get spotted out in the open. Lazy Boy trying to take a bit of a swing, but up comes P6. Trying to keep up that aggression. Not letting them capitalize on these rotations. Let's see, will that work out in their favor? Oh, come on. P6 waiting for that opportunity. TEAMLAG is the next one to fall. They get sent away with not a single elimination to their name, but up comes the pushes now. It's 1 million. Continue to push further and further afield. Titan holding up that defensive line, but Marshall, Senke, the rest of the squad managing to quickly and sneakily escape, moving in.
Blackjack Esports, of course, they're also holding a fantastic position, as we can see, moving on through 1 million now. Just alongside Mad Knight, and Mad Knight just alongside Blackjack Esports, so it's all connected here, moving into these final phases, and it is centering up around Triple Esports, VST, and Zero Tolerance holding the trio of buildings into this potential final phase.
But that rotation that we saw come through from 1 million just now, I mean, that was such a beautiful goal to make, because they got there ahead of that blue zone shift, and now Titan Gaming having to cross that treacherous ground, right? And there's going to be so much focus being put on them as they start to descend back down into Yasnaya Poliana. Meanwhile, the action will continue as we can see Mad Knight and Blackjack going at each other. It is the Beast position up ahead. Zane cooking up the nade, trying to reach in. Oh, sends it out. Will that be the one? Will it find the damage? Nope. The Beast putting quite a bit of distance in between themselves, and the onslaught coming through here from Zane.
Oh, taking a look at this now. Beast just narrowly escaping the fires, the flames, the nades, you can name it right now, just hoping for that survivability. But of course, we know Titans making their approach just behind 1 million, and they're literally taking on 1 million's position.
Wow. Wow. Up they come. There's going to be Teak and Puncher. Puncher, of course, getting confirmed. Down goes Teak. And now Marshall and Lazy Boy looking to reign supreme, but P6 comes rushing on forward and just letting it rip, hitting shot after shot. Absolutely phenomenal positioning being played out here, but look at this. Marshall, not a player to be discounted at any point in time. P6, the final hopeful left for Titan. Could this be on the card? Of course, the entirety, 1 million still in this game. Marshall, Senke, now quickly trying to patch their players back up, but up comes the push. Ooh, P6 having an absolute monster of a weapon. And that could be the deciding factor between whether or not P6 survive this altercation or whether or not 1 million succeeds in taking them down. Yet another knock now coming through, but the nade! You cannot stop the nades. And that is all that is needed to end it right there. Titans get sent off with 3 points to their name. Also, then, we can see the players there from Wave falling with 1 elimination to their name. But here we have it, right? The final 10 teams now left to duke it out.
Senke just breaking that 600 damage marker and then has to top it off with a nade. Beautiful work from 1 million. And of course, they still have an opportunity to take all 4 of the members into the next phase, into the final. But as you can see, Mad Knight holding a keen eye on this position. They just saw so much happening, so much action just occurring just alongside them. So they're keeping as many eyes as possible on their neighbors. Of course, we take a look at Blackjack Esports, but meanwhile, Venom just narrowly just dodging the bullets like it's the Matrix and keeping alive.
Yeah, Wiskola really trying to keep the pressure up, right? Trying to capitalize on the opportunity here. Oh, finds a beautiful spray though. Look at that. It is going to be the knock coming through, but not from Triple. Wiskola instead trying to continue the efforts here. It's so unfortunate that that knock came through at the hand of Triple Esports and not for Mad Knight. But I mean, Chemo's in such a formidable position here, looking to try and find that trade onto his Lazy. Fortunately, it's not going to be happening just yet. Senke now moving up, trying to patch that position. But down they go as Kingerman now finds the hit. And that's going to be a play for Mad Knight.
Oh, Lazy boy bleeding on out. And you can see Wiskola still looking for the confirmation. There it is. At least the helping hand here from Kingerman. Mad Knight picking up elimination after elimination. And 1 million, of course, unfortunately being the victims to this exact onslaught. But Triple Esports, of course, might be the next target, might be the next factor for 1 million to consider. As we take a look at this, of course, Triple Esports, they still hold such a good position in the zone. And they have all of this information on 1 million.
Yeah, I mean, but you might have all the information in the world. You still need to utilize that to your advantage. And this is where it's all going to come into play now, right? Blackjack trying to move in. We've got them situated towards that southern side alongside Desert Flame and VST. So a super contentious position to play on through. Myth also trying to find a bit of that anchor point to set up. But now VST trying to get themselves secured. Moving through the compounds, trying to look at all these different angles. But it's going to be Legends of War to find that head onto its Desert Flame. Oh! Atlano is going to get greeted there as Chrono sends it through. Look at Flacco stepping up, picking up such a phenomenal trade. Will they be able, though, to find that final bit of closure down onto the remainder of the players from Myth?
And of course, still keeping my eye out on Zero Tolerance and Blackjack Esports. We know they are fighting for that 12th position, the top 12 elimination, as Blackjack Esports now have 5. But as we look at this, VST moving on in from the southern position, Blackjack Esports finding Desert Flame, and it is all going to the town here for Desert Flame. They need to hold the line.
Oh, loving the approach coming through from Desert Flame, doing the due diligence all over the place. But now Buden, Flacco, everybody getting ready for a bit of a rush. Well, aside from Flacco, because they've been knocked on down. Down goes Buden as well now. What hit after hit coming in such close succession. Atlano still in a position where they can bring quite a bit of devastation. It's all, of course, now riding on the hope that 6 God can find that angle. DBS going to come through alongside the S12K here. But let's see, could Fivo be the one to close it up? Oh, Myth, they get taken down. The numbers keep on changing at the top of that screen. But now, look at this, right? Desert Flame down to 1. VST patching it up. 6 God keeping their ears open, but not finding any necessary information just yet.
No, not at all. Everyone is just trying to get their numbers back up. Those reses need to pop one through before we move on in. The Beast now finally getting a confirmation. Well, at least a nade to the face. Unfortunately, they've been ducking and weaving all this time, but now it is their opportunity. We'll see if the rest of Mad Knight can get those reses to move on through, but we can just see they're taking so much damage. In the meanwhile, 6 God just trying to lay low and stay alive. Triple Esports still holding great positioning. And now the zone centering up on this palisade in between all of the other buildings, right in the open.
Oh, but it's going to be that reign of terror, right, to come through here from Blackjack. They are leading the pack with elimination, sitting on 6 now. They just lock in even more, as we can see Zane picking up the final player there from Mad Knight. Wiskola getting sent away. It's going to be VST and Desert Flame to fight out. We can see 6 God now just dancing around that block, picking up the trade on towards Atlano. But Fivo not out of contention just yet. It's going to quickly try and patch themselves up. But as we know, all the shooting, all the noise draws in even more attention. Fivo patiently waiting, trying to bring in a little bit of that third-party peek. But it's not going to work out favorably just yet. Up comes 6 now, looking to sneak their way back into position here. It is going to be Chrono now to find Marshall as well. You can hear that S12K right behind 6. So I'm pretty sure that they are just hoping and praying that they can stay well ahead of Fivo's push.
The runaround comes on through. Six God not wanting to go down at any moment. They still want to hold on. We've got 8 teams left. We've got such an amount of action. 7 zones in, and these teams need to hold their line. No one wants to go down just yet. Zero Tolerance now trying to take a piece here of Blackjack Esports, which they need to do. They need to take them out if they want to be able to take their position. So the shots will rain on through, but no connections to speak of. And our 1 million in the form of Marshall is going to be sending out nades.
Oh, but it is still very contentious, right? The fight for top 12 is still alive. Marshall now going to be looking to see what they can accomplish alongside Venom, holding over on towards that western side, but it's going to be Desert Flame to get taken on down. Off they go. Still 7 teams left to duke it out. Blackjack, meanwhile, they've moved up into 10th place, but look at that. A beautiful, beautiful nade being sent through from Zero Tolerance as they find the entirety of Legends of War.
I'm literally just staring at these top rankings. Zero Tolerance picking up those eliminations is going to be massive. But hey, Blackjack has been picking up kills. Everyone here that's in contention for the top 12 has been picking up some points. And now Marshall finding MG could be the reign of terror that Blackjack were not looking for. Thankfully, Zane is still in this one. But for how much longer is the question?
Well, it is going to be Triple Esports, though, to come through with the response on what we just saw happening there. But look at that. Zero Tolerance currently up in 12th position with 126 points. Still in this. Triple Esports, meanwhile, holding on to 50s, but it's going to be Blackjack to get stopped right there in their tracks. Now, the final 5 teams left to fight it out. It is Soul Esports, Zero Tolerance, VST, 1 million, and of course, Triple Esports. But Triple, as we can see, as they are still rocking that full squad. So they could maybe potentially still bring in a very contentious push. You can see M7 now finding Hemo.
Oh, Triple Esports looking for so much more. They want to up their position. They want to take it even further. As you see, Kimmo's now trying to reposition, getting a little bit of loot there from the care packages. Vivo just tries and holds on to something, but it doesn't work out for them.
Oh, but come on. It's not the end just yet, right? Triple Esports looking for the opportunity. Finds Vortex. Paradox is next. Will they be able to secure the spray, though? It's going to be that final push as they look to step it on up. It is going to be a beautiful play as Triple Esports step up and claim themselves a winner chicken dinner. 5 eliminations to their name.
Okay. Unfortunately, I can't do math that quickly, so I don't know where that leaves them. On the overall rankings, we will have to wait and see and be surprised. But what a beautiful performance from Triple Esports. I mentioned they were fantastic last week on Erangel, specifically picking up those winner chicken dinners. But I'm so surprised but delighted to see Triple Esports picking up the win here. And I feel like those extra 15 points could have made the difference. I'm not sure, but I'm on the edge of my seats waiting for those top 12s.
Well, we'll have the answer once we take a look at the overall rankings a little bit later on. But as we saw, right, it was such a challenging performance. And all the teams within that top 12 positioning, right, the teams just on the edge of it and the teams trying to gain that entry, really stepping up their performances, bring in some crazy plays. And that, of course, resulted in an absolutely glorious Erangel to just showcase on the very last bit of this day. So what a crazy way to close off our 5 matches section for the day. The large matches have, of course, now been concluded. And now we're going to be waiting to see what the results are, where the teams find themselves, and who will be our top 12 teams to move over in towards Livik.
I am telling you, I am still trying to just do some math in my head. I think they were sitting on 15th position. I think they were about 17 points. I'm not sure, but as soon as I see those overall rankings, I feel like we might be seeing a whole different story. But let's take a look at the match rankings now, just to remind ourselves. Triple Esports picking up 20 points with that last winner chicken dinner of phase 2. Is it going to be enough? We don't know just yet, but Zero Tolerance, we did see them break into the top 12 DK, so they have stolen it just at the last second.
Well, I can tell you it's been a really strong effort, right? I mean, looking at these points, 11, 11, 13, 15, 19, 20, right? You want to talk about teams really coming to the realization that this is their opportunity to step up and shine. I mean, what more could we have asked for, right? Blackjack bringing in an absolutely phenomenal performance. 7 eliminations, 1 million coming in with 9, 0 tolerance, 7, 19 points in total. I mean, Desert Flame also coming in there to 8th place with 6 points in total. Later, Legions of War, 8 in total. I mean, come on, right? This is what we wanted to see for that final match. The teams really, really rising to the occasion and just keeping it so dang contentious. I can't even English.
We love it. It's because you're too excited. Because, again, the performance from Blackjack Esports does mean that it's not necessarily a case that Zero Tolerance took the position away from Blackjack Esports. Blackjack might have moved up, and Zero Tolerance might have kicked someone else out. So those top 12 teams, they might look very different moving into our over rankings. But taking a look at the second page, as we know, still we're seeing teams picking up some great eliminations. Team Myth adding 6 to their tally. Mad Knights as well, making at least some sort of a little bit of a change, picking up 4. Titans only picking up 3. Doesn't mean that 1 million were able to close the gap just slightly. I don't think it's enough to, completely topple Titans from their ridiculous performance this week. But hey, at least we know where they might be heading. And of course, it starts to trickle down quite significantly. So unfortunately for the teams who weren't able to make those last minute dashes into the top 12 because Triple Esports just decided they want to raise their own bar, it's okay. We still got another week to come back into. And so far, I'm so delighted to see how the teams have just shaken things up.
Yeah, definitely stepping up on that regard. But, I mean, we're also seeing an entirely different change in the dynamic, right? Because we've been having teams coming through, having a bit of a struggle along the way, but really starting to find that rhythm, starting to find that momentum. We saw the rise of Desert Flame. We saw the rise of Blackjack come through. We did see Team Myth doing absolutely phenomenal things. But of course, then we also had a good showing of consistency coming through from Darkness, right? Mad Knight also not doing bad. I mean, really keeping it up, making it so difficult for anyone around them to really get a clear and easy and comfortable play towards their current positioning. So I'm really loving the dynamic shift that the teams are bringing out on towards the battlefield. And I mean, it keeps everyone on their toes, keeps everyone guessing, and nothing is for certain. Of course, speaking about that, let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this past match.
And of course, thanks to Oppo Moments for making it happen. As we can move on in, it was Leaders Esports picking up those early eliminations. How much, of course, that all ended up in Desert Flame and VST having a bit of a head-to-head as SixGod then became the last remaining member and had to literally run for the hills as the surviving member. But they did well to actually get out of the situation and survive on even past this.
Yeah, I mean, really showing the competence coming through as the teams kept on pushing and pushing and pushing. I mean, look at that nade from Powerboy, right? Picking up Desert Flame, stopping them in their tracks. But then we got down to this final shuffle. Looking to see who's going to be the one to pick it up, right? Between Zero Tolerance, just holding those positions. I mean, what more could we have asked for? But of course, well, while we anticipate everything, we are going to be moving into a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll be right back with our final results. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. We've concluded all 5 of our large maps for today. We've also concluded all 20 maps for this week to see who will be the teams to move through over on towards Livik. We are waiting on the edge of our seats to find out who that will be and whether or not we are going to be seeing teams potentially rising to the occasion once again. Of course, we are going to be starting it off with our first page. Not a lot of major changes coming through on this side, but it is still going to be a really amazing page to be looking at, right? Titan Gaming, 2 points away from hitting 350 points in total. 7 winner chicken dinners coming through in just this week. Absolutely insane. But we are seeing our team that led the push last week, Slime 4KT, sitting all the way there in 5th position with 168 points. We got VSC also then rising up into 8th place. But I'm really loving the approach that with teams are bringing through. Team Myth also looking really, really strong. We know last week that they ended off at this stage all the way in 11th. So I'm loving these extra efforts that the teams are able to secure.
And VSC just stealing away that 8th position from TEAMLAG, where they started at the beginning of today. So a fantastic jump up for some of these teams, finding themselves obviously in a better position for those bonus points. Obviously, we know these teams definitely going to be playing on Livik, so they can still make some slight adjustments moving on into that last map of the day. But here it is, the second page of the day, and the last teams that will be joining us on Livix. It's Zero Tolerance, it's Blackjack Esports, Virtual Gaming, and Triple Esports with that last winner, chicken dinner coming on through, making it happen for them to get up into the top 12.
Absolutely amazing stuff to come through indeed. But, you know, this is going to be, of course, Zero Tolerance's first opportunity to see what they can achieve moving over in towards Livik. And as we know, VST, they were the team to pick up that winner chicken dinner over on Livik last week. Who will be the next one to do exactly that? Could it be another repeat for VST? Or could we see a bit of change, right? But as we move on further down that list, you can see Legends of War rising all the way into that 16th position. I mean, almost doubling the points that they were able to secure just last week. And look at Desert Flame. They also pretty much doubled their points from the previous week.
Quite literally so close in doubling their points. That is a huge step up. And we keep talking about it, but now that we have the numbers to actually physically see what a change these teams have brought in. As you mentioned, Desert Flame, they ended last week on 68 points, now finishing with 120. I mean, just in general, as we go down the leaderboard, we were talking about it off camera, the teams picked up so much more points. You pointed it out, that it's just so much more contentious and healthy for these teams to pick up these beautiful points. I mean, triple digits all the way into the second page. That goes to show something beautiful, even to the third page with Arab Golden picking up 101.
Yeah, I mean, really loving the efforts being brought in from the teams. Definitely raising that bar as high as they can find it. I mean, looking at the players here from Mad Knight, it's unfortunate, but as you've said before, right, we need someone to be on this page, right? We can't have everybody situated on that first and second page, unfortunately. But still, some really strong efforts being brought through by the teams. We've seen that increase in performance coming through from Darkness. We've seen that also then come through from our other teams that have been able to break away, right? Legends of War was one of the other teams we were looking at. Zero Tolerance definitely just catapulting themselves much further up. And of course, there's a Flame who we also had sitting on this side of the page. So that makes me quite hopeful to see what the teams are going to be bringing through as we move into our third week of play, to see how many points and what positions these teams were able to secure going through that final week of performances.
And that's so good just to see the swap up in teams, just the swap up in names. I mean, to find almost an entirely different third page than what we saw in the first week goes to show how the teams have stepped it up. Yes, the teams that had that pressure point that you and I were sitting and screaming at, saying, listen, we need these performances to come on through because we know that they're capable of it. And boom, they go to show it immediately with some fantastic performances all across the board. So Livik, I feel like, is going to be an absolute banger of a match because now, once again, it's not just a case of going into that map with maybe 1, 2, or 3 teams that were really sort of punneling some crazy points. Everyone who's in that top 12 has really stepped up in a massive way. And of course, we know it's so tiny. There's so many third parties that are going to happen.
Yeah, it is quite tiny. But you know what's not tiny? Our sponsors, right? So first up, gotta give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And it's actually quite fitting because we have a monster truck over on Livik. So I want to see a little bit of that monster action come through. But yeah, much love going out to Monster Energy. Thank you for being part of this event. And aside from Monster, we also have to give a lot of love over to Oppo. So Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Reno 7 series. And as you've pointed out that the color down there, I called it yellow, and you said it's actually pumpkin.
Mustard. But you were close.
Well, whatever. Same thing.
Well,
It's not yellow.
I think it's mustard. It looks
Yeah.
gold from this angle. But when we were watching the advert, it looked like mustard. So either way, it looks cool. It's got like a leathery feel to it, which is really, really sick for a phone.
Well, I mean, speaking about mustard and gold, right? The opportunity for teams to come in chasing that gold is just around the corner. As we are getting ready to get up in towards Livik, as we saw quite a bit of action coming through just last week when we moved up into it. But this is where the excitement starts to come through, right? Our 12 teams have been locked in. They've been loaded up. Now, just ensuring that all the seat belts are secured and all the trays are in the upright position, and also that the seats have been returned to their original position. But we'd love to hear what our viewers are thinking, right? What are your predictions moving in towards Livik? Of course, you can tell us over on social media. You can hit us up right here on YouTube. Also, reach us on Facebook as well as on TikTok. But be sure to include the hashtag PMPL Africa. Tell us, who do you think is going to be the team to take the winner chicken dinner over on Livik? Is it going to be VST Gaming once again? Or could it be any other team rising to the occasion?
And DK, since you've been making me do predictions all day long, I'm going to ask you, how's that flight path going to be looking?
Ooh, it's going to come in from Estate and head straight down to Dry Dock.
Okay, you are very... I'm trying to see, are you cheating somehow? That
No,
doesn't look...
now
that
you
was-
know that I'm not cheating because you can see what I see.
I can see what you see, so how... Okay, if it does happen...
I'm good. If it happens, I'm good. If it doesn't happen, nah, they weren't listening to when I called out the flight path, so whatever.
Yeah, we'll take a look. Maybe PUBG Mobile will just do the opposite just to spite you, but then technically you would still be right because then it did listen to you, so yeah. We'll take a look at it as we jump in to the last match of Phase 2. DK, this is going to be the one.
Yes, it is indeed going to be the one, right? So I said flight path from Estate to Dry Dock. Well, I'm pretty close to that, right? It is Livik. It's a really tiny map. As you can see, the flight path starting over on the western side. Not exactly Estate, but it's close enough. It is, however, still ending up in Dry Dock. So this time around, we need to see where that zone's going to be going. We know last week it went towards Midstein and the surrounding area, right? That's where it kind of centered up. But now we got to see where it's going to be going this time around, right? Are we going to be having more of that Midstein action? Or could it maybe move elsewhere? Could it go to Grabgrass? Could it go to Hot Springs? Could it go to ESPORT? Where's it going to be moving next? So we are going to be starting off with our very first zone to see what the teams will have to work with and how aggressively they will have to get themselves repositioned.
Moving into this one, I feel like a lot of the teams definitely have that momentum. Triple Esports, Zero Tolerance, Blackjack, they have to be reeling. They just have to be having so much energy moving into Livik in the fact that they qualified for this within one day. They made it happen. They got themselves the opportunity they wanted. So all of these teams also can just bat themselves on the back for the fantastic performances as we lie in wait and anticipation of that first zone. Of course, we do see Zero Tolerance and Slime 4KT taking a little bit of a closer opportunity towards each other, but Paradox all the way down. So it's a 3-1 split, and Zero Tolerance obviously might look for that rotation.
Yeah, we also have Seoul Esports and Virtual Gaming up towards the more northern territories, right? As we can see them, they're up in Hot Springs, going for a little bit of a chill and jacuzzi. You know, nothing like a little bit of a hot spring in a nice chilly day. But, you know, they're not going to be feeling much of the effects of that. It is, however, going to be one shot pretty close in proximity as we see our zone now appearing over on towards that lovely western side.
Ooh.
So it is going to be, you know, Crabgrass being pretty much centered, at least for this first initial stage.
Yeah, so just being the neighbor here to Midstein, so not a crazy shift from the previous moment. We're still following that same horizontal plane, but of course, Raouf being taken on out as Slime 4KT and Virtual Gaming have picked up a fantastic start to their elimination points here. And Slime 4KT, of course, they're still looking for a little bit more. Zero Tolerance now finding themselves sandwiched here in between Slime and Leaders.
Ooh, yeah, I'm loving this kind of three-way play that it is taking on here. It's going to be Slime looking to find a bit of an opportunity, but Vortex on the ready is going to be stopping Pronto in their tracks. Koa and the rest of the team now quickly rotating on forward as well. But they need to be rather swift because Leaders are also now starting to get themselves set up for a bit of an ambush. It's going to be Lord to fall next. Let's see where this is going to be going. And will it be Slime 4KT to get that first squad wipe?
Coming on through, Lord going to be going down. Slime 4KT holding a fantastic opportunity, but of course we know Koa is still involved. And we saw what Koa did last time on Livik, moving on in with a phenomenal clutch. So I don't know. My bets won't be really on Zero Tolerance if Koa has stepped up the game once again.
Well, I mean, Koa definitely being quite a formidable force, but Vortex is going to get spotted out as Carry Boy steps up, and here's going to be Zero Tolerance to fall first, as it is Leaders Esports get that squad wipe. But Slime 4KT picking up the majority of those eliminations. We can see the 3 alongside their name, but now they are going to be taking their aim at Leaders. Morteza, of course, cooking up a bit of a nade, does receive quite a bit of damage, but Wasted now pushes through onto Plaza, and down they go.
Oh, not the opportunity they were looking for. Morteza now circling around Koa, looking for that. Just that line of sight, that angle. Storm as well, a little bit more split up, unfortunately having to deal with their own 2 from Leaders Esports moving into their territory now. So it is going to be up to the individuals here of Slime 4KT to hold the line. Storm just gets burnt to an absolute crisp. And now all of the hopes and dreams of Slime 4KT once again fall onto Koa's shoulders.
Yeah, Koa, no stranger to this. As we know, Koa, quite a formidable opponent. But, you know, Leaders, they have the more favorable numbers, right? It's going to be a 1v4. That's never stopped Koa before. But maybe it could be Leaders to stop Koa in their tracks. We can see Wasted and Morteza on the approach. Morteza being one of our MVP contenders for this week. So let's see where this will go. It is going to be, Koa to find a beautiful knock on towards Wasted. 1 down, 3 to go. Up comes Morteza. Down goes Morteza. 2 down, 2 more to go. Koa still holding strong. Now taking aim over towards Scary Boy. Down they go as well. And now Shadowin, the final hope left for Leaders. Getting ready for a bit of a push. Shadowin having the more favorable health bar here. But let's see, is that going to deter? Oh, no, it won't. Koa steps up, but down they go. Shadowin narrowly taking down Slime 4KT.
Yeah, I'm going to add that. Narrowly. We just saw Koa nearly pull off that 1v4. That was insane. Managing to take down 3.5 of Leaders. So unfortunately, that final push just didn't quite come through. But hey, that gave me a little bit of goosebumps. Moving on in, it is 1 round and 1 million who find themselves in very close proximity to one another. Very, very close as well to Crabgrass in terms of the central position of the zone. But again, we've seen this before. Literally in the last Livik, it was 1 million and 1 round finding each other first on Livik. I feel like in the exact same positions, in same buildings, again.
I mean, the map's only that big.
Yeah, but I mean, surely you change it up.
Yeah, I know. I mean, why break it if it ain't? Why change it if it ain't broke, right? So it's gonna be Venom and the rest of 1 million now, looking to ride out the wave, looking for a bit of an opportunity to play at here. But I mean, I'm still waiting to see what VSC is gonna be doing, right? We know they brought in the winner chicken dinner last over on Livik. Currently, we see them over towards Old Plaza, taking a slow, steady approach. Blackjack, of course, just a little bit further up ahead of Leaders Esports. But Titan, they're going to be slowly starting to push in towards Crabgrass. Maybe going to be making a rotation towards that kind of mid-sign position. Or they could even be trying to take a position alongside the players there from 1 million. As we know, such a tiny, tiny map. All these positions are pretty accessible to pretty much everyone.
Oh, absolutely. And Lazy Boy just looking in Senkei's eyes. Some good moves. We like it.
Pep talk.
Pretty good.
That was a pep talk.
Pep talk. Yeah.
Yes.
They're staring deeply into one another's eyes and saying, listen, we are winning this. It's going to be ours. We need to get some good points. But again, I don't think 1 million is really in danger of having their position taken away from. Same could be said here for Titans. They have just had such a phenomenal day as we moved on through. But Still not over just yet. Taking a look at this now, Virtual Gaming still having to make their approach into the zone, while YC just scouts out what's happening here between 1 round and 1 million. And again, if they watched the previous Livik, they would know that this is the drop sites of these teams, so maybe they are aware of who exactly is sitting around here.
I'm pretty sure that they know exactly what to expect up ahead, right? I mean, this is not their first time on Livik and surely not their last, but YC keeping a slow, steady position. Spots out E-Flex.
Ooh.
There we go. That's what we want to see. Beautiful hit. Moha, Knight, Chico. Now knowing that they need to keep their positions pretty decisive here. Moa trying to get around, deploys the smoke, and that's going to allow a bit of an opportunity. But, you know, YC's not going to be falling for that. Instead, looks to put the spray through. But unfortunately, that wall just being so dang pesky.
Oh, so dang pixie. But as we look on through, Knight going to be sending out a beautiful nade. Is going to be making the connection. Nope. Oh, not quite yet. Not going all the way, but YC will hold the angle for the time being while Senke finds at least a hit onto Hemo. So quite a bit of a reach across, but again, Seoul Esports, they do need to be careful. They don't want to find themselves in that sandwich between 1 and 1. You know who I'm talking about. Titans, of course, moving on in there towards Crabgrass to take a fantastic opportunity here. But Leaders and Blackjack have me thinking here that something might occur as they try and take that rotational path.
Yeah, I mean, they're up in towards that power plant position, so maybe something could happen on that front. But for the time being, a lot of the pressure is going to come through between Seoul and the one-on-ones, right? 1 round, going to be keeping a steady angle here. They've patched themselves back up. Not going to be finding themselves in any less than favorable positions. But as we jump back over on towards Blackjack, they are still keeping the angles pretty tight here on Leaders, right? But Carryboy, Shadowin, not going to be pushing out too aggressively, at least not for the time being. I mean, they're only 2 players, so they are going to be changing up the strategy ever so slightly. They want to play for that more longevity.
Yeah, just moving on in, trying to change it up just towards the end. But as we can see here, Leaders, of course, they are down to only 2. You've got Blackjack Esports moving on in with a full squad. So if they are to take this engagement, and I mean, at this point, they might be forced to, as they try and take the rotational path in, it's going to be tough. They literally are going to have to keep their heads on a swivel and ensure that they do not drop a single number. And of course, that is going to be the sting of Koa, just riding on Leaders' conscious as they move on through. It is Triple Esports now potentially finding Titans here.
Oh, I mean, a nice rotation coming through from Triple Esports, moving into these lovely compounds. But Titan already anticipating a potential play, taking a decent spread there, as you can see Puncher and the rest of the crew now just kind of spreading themselves out, looking to bring in as much coverage as they can find. But Chemo's also not doing the due diligence, and this is the beauty about Livik, right? As you might be laser focused on one particular direction, and you could easily find an opposing team moving up from a direction which you weren't really paying too much attention to.
No, absolutely not. So here, P6 now reaching across, trying to see if they can find anything alongside Teak. M7MD is out in the open, well, at least in the window, to just spot them out. 7 Reef will be making a bit of a dash up a little bit more towards the northern position, potentially just scouting up a next opportunity for a pathing here. So Blackjack Esports now holding the line, but we do see VST. Are they moving in more south to actually take this third party? I saw a little bit of shift there. I saw a little bit of a shift.
They're just staying active, right? Making sure that they are limber, right? You don't want to get caught out in an altercation and not be able to react, right? So they're just keeping themselves healthy, moving, doing a few push-ups, as we can see there, of course. But now as we wait to see where this next phase is going to be going, we do see the players there from Virtual Gaming starting to rotate up alongside that northern approach, coming in alongside the players from Myth. Ooh, but now the zone focuses even more towards that southern position. And now 1 million, 1 round, and the rest of the lobby pretty much situated on the very edge of the zone. And it's going to be a smooth sailing play here for Virtual Gaming. Should they decide to focus on purely the rotation, they can do exactly that. But it's Virtual Gaming. They're not going to do that, right? They're going to look down on towards the place here for Myth, trying to pick up a few more eliminations.
Oh, absolutely. Get rid of another competing team. I saw that P90 lying on the floor there, so very, very, very tempting. But of course, virtual gaming now moving on in closer and closer to this position. We do see at least one little bit of a dash coming through from one shot, maybe looking for a flanking position or just trying to get themselves. Well, actually, it was Gaddafi moving in to fetch one shot. I don't know where my brain went for that one. But still, it's 4 players here for virtual gaming. The 2 from Myth do seem to be moving a little bit closer towards the western portion or the northwestern portion of the zone, just trying to make that disengagement happen here. So we won't be seeing virtual gaming finding them just yet. But of course, as we know, 1 round, 1 million holding the line. And Moha has actually taken a beautiful flanking opportunity here. So they have a very, very good angle to get involved.
Yeah, they definitely have a quite the formidable angle to play at here. But let's see where this goes, right? We know last week, Titans, they finished up in 5th overall, coming away with the 7 points to their name, taking a very interesting position. But let's see where this is going to go, what that will result in. As 1 round, are going to be keeping a very steady angle, very steady eye here. Looking to find that first elimination. Does put in quite a bit of a damage. But Virtual Gaming, they're not seeming all too phased, right? They are instead going to come rushing straight on forward. Gaddafi now going to be taking quite a bit of damage. But this is that play, that roll down the hill, trying to find the more ideal position to rotate in towards. And of course, they are isolating Knight right here as they move on forward. But a little bit of a stuck play coming through, right? These shotties not really finding the angles just yet. Oh, but there we go. 1 shot, landing one of those many shots that they just sent out.
Jumping on in with a shot. He's finally making those connections. 1 round in the meanwhile have lost Knights and now are looking to hopefully try and recover Chico, but the HPs will just keep on moving on in. 1 million just getting the re-knock and looking now for Moha as their position has been caught out. Eflex Chico down. Virtual Gaming moving on in. 1 round not looking too great.
Yeah, definitely not looking too great, but let's see where this will go, right? They are going to be trying to make a bit of a play for it still. We still see the players from Seoul holding on to that far southern position alongside the players there from VST. Now, VST, quite the team to be looking at over on towards Livik. But as we know, Seoul last week, they got sent out in 12th place. This time around, they're still surviving, right? They're not going to be taking the plunge just yet. But up comes 1 million. Now going to be looking to find a bit of a rotational play to make moving in from the north. A very clear pathway, at least from what we can see going alongside this road. But on the edge, it's going to be VST and Seoul still trying to duke it out to see who will be the next team to rotate in towards the zone from this edge.
Oh, taking a look at this now, YC just holding this line. Has spotted out Vivo in some scenario. You can see they're keeping their eyes perched to that situation. Because zone moving on in is going to force the issue. YC now starting to lose a little bit of that HP. We are 4 layers deep within the zone. So at some point or another, that move has to be made. But the dash that they have to take into the zone, not far, yet very, very treacherous. As we can see, it's Abud already holding the angle, finding Omar. And now we still need to see how they might be getting their way in. YC, the last member here for Seoul.
Yeah, a very, very challenging play indeed as they continue to try and push further and further on forward. Nothing being certain just yet. The team's still trying to kind of find that more viable approach to be taking. And this is the beauty of it, right? This blue zone is going to be applying a lot of pressure, especially now on YC. But VSC also having to lick their wounds. We can see Fivo trying to push across. Zuxi trying to keep that extra bit of coverage. But up comes that quick elimination as that Leno now falls. This could be the play for YC to maybe rake in a few more. But does take quite a bit of damage as they are 5 zones deep. And that is going to be the end for Seoul Esports.
Yeah, again, the zone just making the move. But here we can see Virtual Gaming now trying to make a move onto 1 million as VST moves on in, finding the vehicles. An opportunity for them to really start, bringing in some of those bumper cars, maybe even taking out Virtual Gaming. But we'll have to take a look and see how they're going to take this approach. Gaddafi now repositioning. Lazy Boy going down. 1 million not looking too great.
Yeah, but still going to be trying to make a mad dash to get themselves back into that zone. Up comes Virtual Gaming, moving through from the eastern side. They have now are pretty much entirely enveloped by the blue. And this is where they're going to try and bring in a bit of that heal strat, but it's not going to be too easy to accomplish just yet. Titan, however, are going to be looking pretty amazing here. They've got a very dominating position up in towards the zone, and now they start to lay waste in the direction of the players from the side of Triple. But Virtual Gaming coming in alongside them as well. One shot will be ended right then and there. It now turns to Zeus. They final hopeful. Axa sends out the mollies, sends out the nades. Try to create a bit of an opening. Carry Boy also going to be sneaking up the edge there alongside Shadowwind. And this could be a great opportunity, seeing that Titan is pretty much distracted with the teams over towards the eastern side.
Yeah, specifically Seven Reef just sending molly after molly, and now after the nades, and Seven Reef, then time is a little bit numbered here at this point in time. How do you make this dash? How do you get out of this situation? And when will Titans maybe make the push or the final connection? Holding just a building outside the zone. Shadowwind goes down. So now leaders down to one member remaining. So this is a Titan. This is a full squad of Titan up against now 3 teams with only maybe 1 member each.
Yeah, it's Titans versus the Stragglers, right? So here we go. Gary Boy trying to push in. Not quite sure if they're going to be able to get to Shadowwind, but that's going to stop Gary Boy, as we do see that knock now coming through on towards Titans as well. And it's going to be none other than Puncher to get knocked on down. Gary Boy still having a potential play to be made here. Seven Reef going to try and push up super low on that health bar as well. Oh, but it's going to be pretty much up to Gary Boy to lock it in. Finds a bit of a spray. Oh, does succeed in finding that one elimination. Oh, but down they go. Titans now look to have this match under lockdown. Seven Reef, the only player that can make anything happen right here. It is going to be a 1v3 situation. Spots out P6. Oh, but this could be the end. Up comes the rush. It's going to be a mad dash. And yes, Zeke locks it in. Pretty much securing the winner chicken dinner right here for Titan Gaming. Virtual Gaming still relying on Zeus. But that could be a very steady second place being taken by Virtual Gaming.
Yeah, I want to see a little bit of a push up here towards the end. Come on, a dancing move to sign us off on the last map of Phase 2 as Virtual Gaming secure themselves a second place. And Titans, oh wow, just running away with that first place finish. 3 players still left alive. A really dominating performance. And as we do just keep an eye out on that feed to see when Virtual Gaming may fall, or when Zeus may fall, as they are very much out into the blue. Let's see. One more medkit left. There it goes. 10 bandages. We got some heals off. There's the dancers coming on through. The laugh of laughter. And we will be finishing off Livik as Virtual Gaming finish in second and Titans take first. I like it. A little bit of a punch in the end.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up, right? But again, that winner chicken dinner going over to Titans. That being number 11, Titans reigning supreme, right? Locking in. Even more chickens. That's being their first Livik chicken, so well done, well deserved. 7 eliminations coming through from that. But what a nice change up that is, right? I mean, Titans, last week we saw them finishing in 7th place, right? They got taken out 7th over on Livik, and they were only picking up a grand total of 7 points. Eliminations, of course, for Titan was sitting on 6, but they definitely doubled down on the efforts moving into today. So what a glorious finish that was. But we also know we need to take a look and see what that match standings is. But what's your takeaway on Livik?
My takeaway on Livik, I do like it. I feel like it is a more chaotic map compared to Sanhok. Obviously, just purely based on the sizing we have available, but it's also, it's interesting. It provides a little bit of an extra view into what we could be seeing from PUBG Mobile. But of course, we know that is going to have to wait just a while longer before we take a look at the match rankings and over rankings as we go to a short break and keep you on the edge of your seats. We'll be right back.
now.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, we've concluded all the games and all the matches for today. We've even wrapped up Livik. If you missed out on Livik, it was Titan Gaming to step up, locking in chicken dinner number 11 for this entire season. But let's take a look and see what the match rankings are and how many points the teams were able to secure moving into this game. Of course, well, don't mind that. That is not what it's supposed to be. It's just we're testing everybody out, right? Seeing if you remember what really, really happened. And, you know, it's like, where's Waldo? Definitely not there. Waldo's not there. I can tell you that. But we'll be putting the appropriate ones on now. So that was a test to see if everything works. But here we go, right? It's going to be Titan Gaming sitting there with their winner chicken dinner, 7 eliminations and 17 total points. And of course, leaders Esports, right? Even though they went out in 4th place, they are still sitting in 2nd place overall with regards to points. Those 8 eliminations doing quite a few favorable things for them.
Not shocking that leaders are picking up crazy eliminations. Of course, Virtual Gaming coming through in 3rd place, 1 million finding themselves in 4th, and it starts to trickle down quite significantly. Slime 4KT, Koa, and Arrest just picking up great eliminations. So even though they didn't get their placements, they still picked up fantastic points. And of course, it makes all the bit of difference because, as we know, this just gets tallied onto those overall standings for this phase. And just helps the teams, just do some slight adjustments if they weren't in the position they were quite looking for. But as you take a look at the second page, still Esports, Team Myth and Zero Tolerance will still be picking up something one way or another. Unfortunately, one round with that bit of a flanking opportunity that came through from 1 million did mean that they were taking some donuts back to their overall standings.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, Team Titan, they don't need 17 points, right?
No, nothing. Why?
But they took it regardless, right? So well done either which way. I mean, Titan Gaming just showing and showcasing the dominance, bullying the teams even more so, locking in that 11th. I'm sorry, I just can't get over it. It's 11 chicken dinners so far. Absolutely insane run that they've been going about. But, we need to see at some point how that then impacts over our overall rankings, right? Because as we move straight into that, we can see where those 17 points go, right? That is 1 point for every single day of the year.
Oh, 365. Nearly getting into the point of breaking that 400 mark. 185 placements, 180 elimination points. Literally, they have more elimination points than Slime 4KT does in 4th place. So, okay, yeah, we can break that down all you want, but these are overall standings, so the teams will get awarded their relevant points. As we take a look at that second page, of course, VST moving in 9th place with 144, and it trickles down not crazily, DK. This is still very, very close.
Yeah, it is very, very, very almost uncomfortably close, right? As we can see, 140, 139, 39. There we go to 129, 25, 20, 105. I mean, I'm liking these really well-rounded numbers, but of course, we need to see what that final page is looking like as we move on in. No change really after Livik because the teams didn't play, but it is going to be Arab Golden sitting on 101 points for this week. Wave on 94, Darkness on 80, and Mad Knight on 72. So some really strong efforts coming through, but I'm loving that second page the most. I understand now why Max always says the second page is the most important page, right? Because that's where all the changes really lies. And of course, all the excitement following alongside with that. But with that also then, we are going to be closing it off right here for this evening. So thank you so much everyone for joining in. We look to see you all back again in 2 weeks time. Remember, next week, no PUBG action. It's going to be 8 days. We'll see you back again much, much later, right? 2 weeks away. So until then, stay safe, stay frosty, and we look forward to seeing you all back again as we continue with week number 3 right here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season.
Cause we're back together.